Windows OS exists in more than 80% of enterprise computers and environments. So because of its user friendliness, because of the fact that it has so many files and utilities and settings, features, it has so many bells and whistles, and it's fairly intuitive because there is a GUI, a graphic user interface. It's very useful in the enterprise world because people don't have to learn the command line and they can get the things that they need to get done. And Microsoft just happens to be one of the biggest computer providers in the world. So even if you buy a Lenovo laptop, it'll come pre-installed with Microsoft Windows. And since Windows is as dominant as it is inside of the computer space, it's very important for you to know it as a cybersecurity analyst and somebody who's going to go into pen testing and ethical hacking, so on and so forth. So today we're going to go through a four-part series, or we're going to start a four-part series for Windows. And this is as a part of the CySec 101 pathway of TryHackMe, where we're going to essentially talk about three different rooms that are on Windows, the fundamentals of Windows, and then ultimately we're going to go into the Active Directory, Windows Active Directory, so that you can understand what that entire process is, how users are managed, and what is important about it when it comes down to security and pen testing. So first and foremost, we're going to go into Windows Fundamentals Part 1, and then we'll do Parts 2 and 3, and then we'll go into Active Directory. So let's get into it. As our task introduction, we're going to go to attempt to provide a general overview of just a handful of what makes the Windows OS, and then navigate the user interface, make changes to the system, etc. The content is aimed at those who wish to understand and use Windows on a more comfortable level. So if you don't know how to use Windows, which I mean, I don't know anybody that doesn't know how to use a Windows computer. Maybe my mom. That might be the only person that I can think of that would need to learn how to navigate a computer. But just in case that's you, no judgments at all whatsoever. We're going to go over a general overview of Windows, and I'm going to give you some side notes about what to keep in mind as we progress in this pathway, because ultimately we are talking about cybersecurity. So that's the big piece to keep in mind, that we're definitely going to go over the basics of Windows, but the basics that we're talking about is in the context from the perspective of a security analyst. And I really want you to just kind of get that perspective ingrained in your mind. So maybe you already know how to use Windows, but you don't know how some of these basic utilities apply in the world of security analysis and penetration testing. So that's the big piece that we're going to talk about. So we've been given a virtual machine. I already have logged into the virtual machine. As you can tell, that this used to be a bright green, like this green that you see at the top right here. I've already started it. If you have access to the OpenVPN connection with TryHackMe, you can go ahead and use the machine IP, user, and password to set up your remote desktop and log in via RDP. And there's something for Mac OS and Linux as well that will allow you to RDP into it. If you use the command line, you can also RDP into the remote desktop. I believe it's X-free RDP. That is beyond the scope of this room, so I'm not going to be talking about how to actually use the Linux command line to RDP into a Windows machine. So just, if you can, get yourself a membership. It's not even a paid membership, it's a free membership to TryHackMe that will give you access to this room. And then once you just register your username and email address, you'll get access to this room, and you can launch that virtual machine that is going to be a Windows machine that we'll be using. So if you have a Windows computer already, you could just click around the way that I click around and find everything that I'm finding here within your current Windows computer. So you don't even need the virtual machine that I'm using. I'm doing all of my recording on a Mac OS, so I have to do this so I can show it to you on a Windows. But apart from that, I mean, that's pretty much it. That's the entire requirement for the setup of this lab. So let's talk a little bit about the additions of Windows. The Windows OS has a long history dating back to 1985 when it was currently developed, or when it was first developed. Right now it is the dominant OS in both home use and corporate networks. Because of this, it has always been targeted by hackers and malware writers. Windows XP was a popular version of Windows and had a long time running Microsoft announced Windows Vista, which was a complete overhaul of the operating system. There were many issues with Vista. It wasn't received well by Windows users, and it was quickly phased out. When Microsoft announced the end of life date for Windows XP, many customers panicked. Corporations, hospitals, all of these computers that were being used in the enterprise environment, they scrambled and tested the next viable Windows version, which was Windows 7. And against many other hardware devices, when vendors had to work against the clock to ensure that their products worked with Windows 7 for their customers. If they couldn't, the customers had to break their agreement and find another vendor that upgraded their products to work with Windows 7. So it was a nightmare for a lot of people, a lot of companies, and everybody that was involved. And Microsoft obviously, hopefully, took note of it, but they did, of course. So Windows 7, as quickly as it was released soon after, was marked with an end of support date. And then Windows 8 came and left, and it was very short-lived, like Vista. And then we had Windows 10, which is the current Windows operating system for desktop computers. It comes in Home and Pro versions. And you can read the difference if you want to by going to the actual documentation of Microsoft to just look at the various versions of Windows. And then there's Windows 11, apparently. That is over here as well. So Windows, welcome to Windows, yada, 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 so on and so forth. So what we are going to, even though we didn't talk about the servers themselves, the current version of the Windows operating system for servers is Windows Server 2019. Many people like to actually bash on Microsoft, but they've made a lot of strides to improve the usability and security with each new version of Windows. And the addition for the attached virtual machine that we're going to be using is Windows Server 2019 Standard, as seen in the system information. As of June 2021, Microsoft announced their retirement days for Windows 10 here, and they're going to support at least Windows 10 semi-annual channel until October 24th, or excuse me, up to October 14th of 2025. And as of October 5th of 2021, Windows 11 is now the current Windows operating system for end users, which we saw through their website. So that is the gist of it. Now, the question here is something that we would have to recover from the Windows website itself, or you could just Google it based on what we learned from our search skills. So what encryption can you enable on Pro that you can't enable in Home? So if I do this right here, it typically will just bring up all of the articles associated with TryHackMe. But we can do this. We can do on Windows Pro that you can't enable in Home. And right there, you can see at the very, very top of the screen, it says BitLocker Drive Encryption. This encryption is available on supported devices running on Windows 11 and 10 Pro, Enterprise or Education, but it is not available on Windows Home. So that is the answer here. BitLocker is the answer for our question. And now we can move on to the next task, which is the desktop graphic user interface. And for this, I don't need to open up the machine yet because we actually do have some screenshots going. So I'll just use the screenshots for the sake of brevity and to make things quicker. All right, the Windows desktop, aka the GUI, the graphical user interface, is the screens that welcomes you to log into a Windows 10 machine. So traditionally, you need to pass the login screen first, and then once you're actually in, that's where you see the GUI. And in order to log in, obviously, you need a username and password. So this part should be fairly intuitive. It should be fairly simple for you to wrap your head around. The username and password is assigned via Active Directory if you are in some kind of an enterprise environment. But if it's on your personal computer, it is still technically Active Directory that assigns that username and password to you, but you get that username and password as you boot up your computer for the very first time and you sign up for your username and your password when you go through the basic instructions for the sign up for it. And then when you actually get into the GUI, this is essentially what it looks like, right? So the number one that you see right here is assigned to this entire the desktop environment. And then at the very bottom right here, we'll see that we have number 2, which is for the Windows icon that opens up the full menu. And then when you open this up, you get to go into the File Explorer, you get to look at the settings, control panel, a lot of different things that you can browse through the computer to try to find the piece that you're looking for. But if you really know what you're looking for, then you go inside of this search box right here and just type it out. So looking for command line, you just type in CMD and it opens up CMD. If you want PowerShell, you type that in. If you want the event viewer, you type that in. So if you know what you're looking for, you just type that in, and it'll actually even bring up settings inside of the control panel, literally anything that has a name. You can just type that name for it and it'll bring it up. And then if you have some kind of a descriptor of what you're looking for, it'll probably help you find a few options that may match what you're looking for as well. And we actually have a few screenshots here that are very useful for us as well. So if you actually right click on the desktop, you'll see a menu that pops up that shows you a variety of options, like for example, sorting by name or the date of the creation of something if you wanted to create a new file or a folder. If you go to the display settings, there's an option when you do that right click, there's something called the display settings. And if you click that, it'll open up the settings menu and it'll take you directly to the display. And then you can choose a variety of different things to just customize your display for yourself. And then you can click on personalize by just, again, that right click. So if I right click on my screen right here, if you did that same thing on the desktop, which is this giant blue section, if you did the right click on this desktop, you'll be able to see these various options. And then if you click on personalize, it'll take you to personalizing your wallpaper or the background, so on and so forth. So you can change the background image to the desktop, change fonts, theme, color, schemes, all of that can be done with that. And then when you click the start menu, which was that little blue, that little icon on the bottom left corner of the screen, this is what pops up. So this is the start menu, and inside of this you have a variety of different options as well. So the first one would be quick shortcuts and actions that you can perform, which is this piece right here, and then you can modify these shortcuts to give yourself all of the personal options that you would need. And then you have these pieces at the bottom of it right as well. So this would be the left hand side of the screen when that menu opens up, where it shows you the current user that's logged in. You can get a quick shortcut to the documents, quick shortcut to the pictures, settings, and of course the power options. Then you have your recently added or recently browsed that are also available in this section as well. And you can see things that you have obviously interacted with very quickly, and the stuff that you can find via just a scroll. Like you can scroll up and down and find the variety of different installations, services, software, anything that's available on that computer, and that's all available in that menu. If you have a long list of apps and programs, you can jump to a particular section by just clicking on the letter that's associated with it, and it'll just go to the series of programs that have that letter as the name. So the white letters match the letter headings. Then there is the right side of the start menu, and these are known as the tiles. And within this, you have the key pieces as well, and you can actually even customize this view. So resizing the tile, unpinning it from the start menu, viewing its properties, etc. You can do a lot of those things by just right clicking on one of those tiles to see what all the available options are for that. And then you can go through the list of programs that you have, and then you can pin them to your start menu, and they'll show up in the tile view section right here, like this on the side. So these are your tile views, and this is what comes pre-configured with the Windows machine. And then when you add something like Google Chrome, then that'll be a new tile that's installed right here under your Windows machine. Then we have the taskbar. The taskbar was this piece right here. So let's actually review this one more time just so you can kind of see what all of these things are outlined. So let me just go back to the very top right here. So this piece number 4 is our task view, the taskbar. So when you click that icon, it brings up the task view for you. The taskbar itself is this piece at the very bottom right here. So if you have the Windows Explorer open right here, if you have Google open, all of the icons with the associated tasks or the software services will all be inside of the taskbar. And at the very right side, you see the toolbar right here. And then we have the notifications area at the bottom right as well. And then when you click this arrow, this up arrow that is at the notifications area, let me zoom in manually here. If you click on this arrow right here, it'll bring up another little pop-up, and within that, it'll show all of the stuff that's currently open. And we'll probably talk about that in a little bit as well. So the current thing that we're looking at is the taskbar, right? So we will go all the way back down here, and we'll just find the section that we have for our taskbar. So some of the components are enabled by visible by default. So the toolbar, which is the enabled for demonstration purposes, That was the piece that we saw on the bottom right there. If you're like me and you want to disable some of these things, you can right click on the taskbar, bring up a context menu that'll allow you to make those changes, which means show the task view or lock it or remove it, so on and so forth. All of these things can be done by clicking on the taskbar or the logo inside of the taskbar. Any apps, programs, folders that you open will appear in the taskbar like so, that we see right here for Google Chrome. Hovering over it will provide a preview thumbnail along with a tooltip. The tooltip is handy if you have many apps and programs open, such as Google Chrome, and you want to find which instance of Google Chrome is the one that you need to bring into focus. So it'll show you a display of what's actually on that specific window. So if you have, 5 different Google Chrome windows, you can open up the one that's most relevant to what you're looking for, and you don't have to click through all of them, basically. Then we have the notifications area, which is in the very bottom right as well. That shows you essentially any new notifications that pop up. It shows you the date and time. It shows you a variety of different intel that is associated with the programs that you're running. And then you can, of course, add and remove icons to that specific area. And then you can view the various things that are open by clicking on this up arrow, and it'll show you what all the softwares are that are currently open. It doesn't show you anything other than their actual logo for it. And if you wanted to force close it, you could just click on that, like right click, and then you can just do close, and it'll close everything. So if you have 5 Google Chrome windows that are open, if you right click on the Google Chrome icon that's inside of this arrow, and if you close that, it'll close all of your instances of Google Chrome. So be careful about that. Then we have the taskbar itself notifications area. So select which icons appear in the taskbar, turn system icons on or off, and these are the documents that are available from Microsoft, just to look at what's available on the start menu and what you can find in the notifications area. And these are, if you want to really become a very well-read Windows administrator, I would highly recommend reading through these things, especially if you haven't used Windows 11 before, if you're still on Windows 10, which is actually the installation that's on my computer. So there's a lot of different things that you can learn just from going through the documentation on Microsoft's website, because they have literally everything that you would need. So there is all of that information that you would be able to get directly from their website. You can right click any folder, file, or program to view more information or perform other actions on that clicked item. So this item right here, this can be wonderful for you. So we're currently inside of Google Chrome. Inside of Google Chrome, there's a series of options that are available. When you right click, if I highlight something and click that, you see that there's different series of options that are available. If I click on a link, you can see that there's a different series of options that are available. So this right click thing is something that I actually use intuitively all the time, and I don't even think about it. It's become literally, it has become second nature and like a second language, and I do it very, very intuitively. And so this is one of those things that again, I feel like you probably already know, so I don't think I'm telling you anything that you haven't already seen or checked out, but it always helps to get a full overview of the fundamentals when you're going into these operating systems, just so you really know what's going on. So, which selection will hide and display the search box? Hidden will hide and display the search box. Which selection will hide and disable the task view button, which is show task view button? And besides clock and network, what other icon is visible in the notification area? And then we have the action center. So just to kind of show you how these things were brought up. So I feel like now I can actually zoom out of the current view that I have. So we can pull up the virtual machine that we have over here, and we can interact with it a little bit, because those are the answers obviously that you see, but this is actual virtual machine, right? So that's our Windows machine that we see on the right hand side. So now the question here, let me just make sure that I'm fully zoomed out. So the first question is, which will hide and display the search box? So if I click on this, if I right click on this, right, you can see the various options that show up. And the hide and display of the search box, let's see. So if we right click on it, let's zoom in here. And if we go to search, we can see that there's these options right here. So hidden will actually hide or display it. Show search icon, show search box. So if I click on hidden, I can now see that there is no search box available. So now I can go back, right click on the taskbar, go to search, and then from hidden, go show search box, and it'll show me the search box. So now the next one, which selection will hide or disable the task view button, which is this button that we see right here, the task view. So if we right click on that and then we go to show task view button, that would be it. And essentially, I mean, that's really it. So show task view button is the button. And then besides the clock and network, what other icon is visible in the notification area? So if we go right here and we just go to this general area, we can see that we have show hidden icons, we have the network itself, we have the date and whatever, and then this thing at the bottom right here, no new notifications. So if we look at, let's see, what can we find that will give us the name of it. Okay, so I just had to open it in a full screen just to kind of get a little bit better view of this bottom right hand corner right here, and my own documents kind of get in the way. Now that's gotten in the way. That's so annoying. Let me just click on that to get it out of the way. So this piece right here, what you see right here, the no new notifications, this piece is called the Action Center. So if you actually click on that, a new pop-up will show up and it says no new notifications, so on and so forth. This piece, this whole thing right here, this is called the Action Center. It's not right clickable, so I can't right click on it to do anything. I can right click on these individual pieces and go to their settings, but that's essentially it. And that's what that Action Center is, that we can see right here. So you if you just look it up, so if I do Windows 10 Action Center icon, this is the piece that you can see right here. So if I click on the image that's presented to us, that's what it is. This is the Action Center. And in our specific machine, there was nothing because it's a brand new machine and we haven't opened up any software, so you can't really tell what it is. But that essentially is it. There's a variety of options that are presented to us here. And the new notifications would be if you had news connected or if you had any other software that was connected that would send you notifications. And this would all be under your Action Center. So that's what the Action Center is. So that's all we got so far for our desktop GUI. So let's now go into the file system. The file system that's used in modern Windows is the NTFS, the New Technology File System. Before NTFS, there was FAT16 and FAT32. I love saying those names. I don't know why. FAT stands for File Allocation Table, and then HPFS, which was the High Performance File System. So these are the legacy versions of these file systems. And then you'll see FAT partitions in use still today. For example, you can see it in USB drives, which I see regularly when we format our USB drives. I'm currently, as I record these series of content, I'm also working on the Linux Plus certification series. And for that, we have a full section dedicated to file systems and the various formattings of the file systems. And we talk about formatting our USB drive for an installation of Linux on our USB drives. And once you go into the formatting, you will see all of these options, right? So do you want to format it to NTFS? Do you want to format it for Mac OS? Do you want to format it to FAT16 and XFS and da-da-da-da-da? So there's a lot of different things that you can do with that. Traditionally, they're not on personal Windows computers, though. So the FAT partitions schemes, they're not typically on actual computers typically anymore. They're mostly on USB devices. So NTFS is known as a journaling file system. So if there's a failure, if the computer crashes, for example, the system can automatically repair based on the most recent journal entry that was inside of that log file. The function is not possible with FAT. So FAT is not a journaling file system or a file schema. So NTFS addresses many of the limitations from the previous file systems. For example, files larger than 4 gigabytes, which is very common these days. Specific permissions on folders and files, folder and file compression, encryptions of file systems. And if you're running Windows, the file system or Windows installation, depending on your actual version of Windows, right? You can check the properties, right click on the drive of your operating system installed, and typically it's in drive C, and then you can go ahead and check out what it is. So if we go here and click on that and go to properties, you can see what the file system is, right? So let's actually do that with the machine that we're on here. So if I go into our machine here and I just open up my file explorer, which is this right here, and I click on this PC, I have local disk, and I click on that and I open up the properties of that, and it'll show me. This is also an NTFS file system on this computer. So let us move on to the next piece. So you can read more on the documentation for FAT, HPFS, and NTFS here. We're going to speak briefly about the features specific to NTFS, which would be the permissions to grant or deny access. So for example, would be full control, modify, read and execute, list folder contents, read and write. These are the permissions that are available on NTFS, and you can assign them to essentially any file or folder. This is what each of these things mean. So if somebody has read only, they can only view and list the files and subfolders. They can't do anything else really. For example, they wouldn't be able to write to it, right? So executing something has to be a completely separate permission. So if they can read it and execute it, that means that they can run whatever that file or folder is. They would need read, write, and execute if they were going to be able to write to it, right? So that's very important to understand. There's a lot of employees of a company that can have read and execution rights, but they can't write to it because the administrators don't want the employees to be able to modify those specific files or folders. They just want you to be able to access it and run whatever's inside of it. Then you have listing of the folder's contents, right? So you can view and list the files and folders as well as the stuff inside of those folders, and you can execute the files inherited by the folders. So if the folder itself gives you execution permission, then anything that's inside of that folder you can also execute. And then there's modification, so reading, writing of files or subfolders, and allows the deletion of the folder, which is a new skill or a new permission that's available. And then we have full control, so you can read, write, change, delete, add. You can do any kind of modification whatsoever, and this is typically only reserved to the administrators that have been assigned by the domain controller. So this is, you're not going to find very many people that have full control of an entire system's file system, especially in an enterprise environment. Typically, what you can expect as an employee is to probably have read and execution permissions, and everything that's inside of your home folder you can probably create and delete and modify and all that stuff. But when it comes down to the system, the shared folders, you're only allowed to view and probably execute. So how can you look at the view of the permissions of a file or a folder? So you can right click on the file or a folder, check on the properties, and then go to security, and you can see group or usernames list, and then select the user computer or group whose permissions that you want to view. So for example, you can have the local disk, Windows, and then once you open it up under security, you can see group or username, and you can see these various groups or usernames. And then so you click on users and it'll show you. It says you can read and execute, list folder contents, read. You can't write to the Windows folder. You can't modify the Windows folder. You do not have full control of the Windows folder. So that's how you can view it, right? So let's try that out real quick. So if we went to, let's say, because these are all the ones that are assigned to my specific user, so most likely I will actually have all of the permissions for that. So if I right click on desktop, and if I go to security under desktop, and then you see that I have, there's the system, there's the administrator, which is my current user, and then there's another administrators, right? So there's the administrator user and then the administrators group. So if I look at any of these, we can see that we have all of the permissions, right? We have full control, modify, read, execute, list contents, all of that stuff. Special permissions I do not have, and that's actually something that's very interesting, that we can click on advanced and see what would be available under special permissions. So for example, there's the auditing tab, and then there's the effective access tab. So special permissions may typically be assigned to administrators or people that we call the pseudo group if we're talking about Linux. But for the most part, I have every single permission that I should have because it's my desktop. So I can go here and I can click new and create a new folder, and I can also delete that folder. I can delete this icon of Google Chrome from my desktop. It doesn't mean that I'm going to delete Google Chrome, because that would probably be something that's inside of the system in general, so I might not be able to get access to deleting the actual software. I probably can't do that, although I am actually logged in as an administrator, so I can probably do that actually. But for the most part, everything that's on my desktop, because it is my user desktop, everything here I can do. All of the modifications I can do, I can read, write, all the permissions that you just saw. So There's the Microsoft documentation, obviously, for special permissions. Another feature of NTFS is the alternate data streams, which is a file attribute for Windows NTFS. Every file has at least one data stream, which is by the data variable. So if you have a $sign and then the data in all caps, this is considered the data variable. And the ADS, the alternate data stream, allows files to contain more than one stream of data. So native Windows Explorer doesn't display ADS to the user. There are third-party executables that can be used to view this data, but PowerShell gives you the ability to view the ADS for files. From a security perspective, malware writers have used the ADS to hide data. So this is why this is important, right? So not all of the uses of the ADS for the data variable, they're not all malicious, but when you download, for example, when you download a file from the internet, there are identifiers written to the ADS to identify that the file was downloaded from the internet. To learn more about it, we can go to the Malwarebytes article here. If you wish to interact hands-on with the ADS, I suggest exploring day 21 of Advent of Cyber 2, which is actually something that they always launch on TryHackMe every single year. And so this is the alternate data streams introduction, right? So we can see what streams actually are. We can get item using a commandlet from Windows PowerShell. We can set the item, search for ADS, remove ADS, so on and so forth. So if you actually want to check it out, which again would be extra homework for you, be like, what do they call it? Extra credit homework, right? If you wanted to do that, go to the Malwarebytes article on their website and check that out. And if you want to interact with the ADS, we should go to Advent of Cyber, which is a completely different pathway, so I'm not going to talk about it over here. So what is the meaning of NTFS? That is the New Technology File System. And that is all we got. That's all she wrote for the file system. So let's move on to the Windows and System32 folders. The Windows folder is known as the folder that contains the Windows OS. It doesn't have to reside in the C drive necessarily. It can reside in any other drive and technically can reside in a different folder entirely. This is where the environment variables and system variables specifically come into play. Even though that we haven't discussed them, the system environment is for the Windows directory, which is this piece right here. So the percentage piece right here that you see, this is referred to as a given variable for the environment, but what happens is that the name for it, so the actual visual name could be different, but when you use this specific variable, it will just pull that up. So for example, if we did the percentage and then we put the environment variable for a local user, the local user could be administrator, it could be user 1, it could be Hank, any of those things. But when you use the environment variable, what happens is that it just pulls that up no matter what the name is, right? So environment variables store information about the OS environment. The information includes details like the operating system path, the number of processors, and the location of the temporary folders, etc. And there are a lot of stuff that also have environment variables. There are a lot of folders inside of the Windows folder, which you can see right here. And this is obviously not even the full list because we're just at the top of the list. So it's a massive, massive folder. It has a lot of stuff in it. And these are all the system variables. These are the system processes, right? So inside of the Windows folder, there's another very important folder, which is the System32 folder. And the System32 folder is another one of those really important folders. It holds the important files that are critical for the OS. You should always proceed with extreme caution when interacting with the System32 folder, because anything that you do, especially, for example, if you delete a file or modify a file that's inside of System32, can actually stop the Windows OS from operating altogether. It can just ruin the computer, and then you would have to wipe the installation of Windows and then reinstall Windows altogether, and that could potentially delete data and a lot of stuff. So it's very, very, very important that you keep this piece in mind, right? You can interact with a lot of the other stuff that's inside of the Windows folder, right? So for example, I mean, I don't know, honestly, most of these things I still wouldn't mess with. Maybe the fonts folder. Like the fonts folder is something that you can mess around with and it won't affect the system's performance, right? You can delete a font and then whatever, you deleted a font. You can add a font, whatever. But when you go into the System32 folder, you cannot mess with these things. That's just let's keep that in mind, okay? You cannot mess with any of the stuff that's inside here. because any of the messing of these pieces right here can actually affect with the system. So unless you know how to configure, which I don't know anybody, I don't know a single person that knows how to build an operating system. So unless you were part of the people that were trained on the coding of Windows and you know how to deal with the code and how to, I have no idea how to do that. So I stay completely away from it. That's very important. There are pieces that we have used inside of pen testing exercises that had to do with the System32 folder, but it was literally piece like step-by-step instructions that were provided that we followed to do it, and we didn't delete anything. We just added something to System32 so that we can get certain permissions so that we can execute certain things, but we didn't delete anything. And that's a very, very important thing to understand. Deleting something from the System32 folder can stop the operating system from operating completely. It can just ruin your computer. So just keep that in mind. A lot of the tools I covered in the Windows Fundamental reside in the Windows 32 folder. So this is a big piece of all of the training series that we're going to be doing inside of the Windows Fundamentals series. So what is the system variable for the Windows folder? And we have it right here. It is the %windir percentage, WINDIR percentage, which is, this is what we found at the top of this right here. So making good progress here. Let's talk about user accounts and profiles and permissions. User accounts come in two types. You have the administrator user and then you have the standard user. The user account type determines what type of actions that user can perform. So for example, the admin can make changes to the system. They can add users, delete users, modify groups, settings, a lot of other things that an admin should be able to do. The standard user can only make the changes that they've been given permission to do, right? And they can access and make any changes to their desktop or their user files and folders, but they can't do system level changes. So installing programs, for example, is typically not allowed for a standard user. You would have to get permission from your system administrator to be able to install any given program if you want to use it for your day-to-day activities, so on and so forth. We are currently logged in as the admin. So we already saw that when we just looked at the permissions of the properties of this particular desktop folder, right? So if I go over here, go to security again, and it says that I am the administrator user, right? But there are other ways that we can do this as well. If I click on this, the Windows button at the bottom right here, and then go to my little icon for my actual user, which is this piece, you can just hover over it and it says I'm the administrator. If I click on it, if I go to change account settings, it'll open up the Windows settings for here, and then it says that you are the administrator user, and then that's the administrator role that I have over here. So these are just a couple of the ways. And then so it says click the start menu, type other user, a shortcut to system other users should appear, which is this piece right here. And then if you click on it, a settings window will now appear. And then I guess this has this other user as well. Since you're the administrator, you have the option to add someone else to this PC. A standard user will not see this option. So click on the local user account. More options should appear, like change account type and remove. So let's actually do that, right? So if we went over here, I'm just going to close this up, right? Oh, actually, it was right there. It was literally right there. So I could actually just click on this, click on my icon, and click change account settings, and it will bring me to this place. And then we have other users right there. And other user right here is the TryHackMe local account. And then we can even add someone else to this series or to these other users. Click on the local user account. More options should appear. Change account type and remove. So if I click on this, change account type and remove is right there. Click on the change account type. So if I click on the change account type, it brings this up. Standard user or administrator. I can actually turn TryHackMe into a standard user or administrator. When the user account is created, a profile is created, the location for each user profile will be inside of the users folder. For example, the user profile for the user account max will be in users max. Creation of the user profile is done upon initial login. When a new user account logs into a local system for the first time, they'll see several messages on the login screen. One of the messages, user profile service, sits on the login screen for a while, which is at work creating the user profile. So the user profile service, when you try to log in, that's what happens. Once it's logged in, the user will see a dialog box similar to the one below, indicating that the user profile is in creation. Each user profile will have the same folder, so desktop, documents, etc. Another way to access this information, and then some, is using the local user group management. And right click on the start menu, click run, and then you can do this specifically, or you can just type in local user group and management. This is the actual, let me see if I can just copy that and paste it inside of this piece right here. So if I can go here, if I do run, I think I can actually also do Control R. Let's see if that works. Nope, it doesn't. So I can do run, and when you do run, it runs any app by its specific short code, I guess we can call it, and we can just paste what that piece was right here, and then do OK, and then it'll bring this up, the local user group and management window, and then you can see it. These are all the local user groups and management. So if we click on user, we'll see administrator, guest, the TryHackMe, Billy, so on and so forth. We have all of these guys, right? So when the run dialog box opens items quickly, so that's one of the pieces that we want to kind of keep in mind here. If you actually know the specific code for this, so this, I call it a code, I don't know if that's the technical term. If you actually know that and you can run it inside of the run dialog box, it opens it fairly quickly. As you saw, it was instantaneous, even though we have a fairly slow virtual machine. So back to the L user manager, you should see the two folders. We have users and groups, which you already saw. If you click on groups, you'll see all the names of the local groups along with brief descriptions. Each group has a permission set to it, and the users are assigned by the administrator. When a user is assigned to a group, the user inherits the permissions of that group. Keep that in mind. And user can be assigned to multiple groups. So if you click on add someone else to this PC from other users, it will open local users and management, which we already saw already. What is the name of the other user account? TryHackMe Billy, which we already saw right here. TryHackMe Billy. That's where he is. If you just open that, TryHackMe Billy, there he is. What group is this user a member of? So if I click on this, it's the TryHackMe Billy. And if I scroll here, oh, their description, Windows Fun. That's probably the flag that we need for this. If we go to groups, and oh my god, there's too many groups, so I'm going to click on this and just open up this guy and see member of, and then we can see inside member of we have remote user desktop or remote desktop users, and we have users. Those are the two groups. So remote desktop users and users are the groups that he's a member of. What built-in account is for guest access to the computer? So if we go back to this right here, you can literally see guest is the built-in account, and it says it, built-in account for guest access to the computer domain. And then what is the account description for this guy right here? So we already saw that. TryHackMe Billy, Windows Fun, etc. That is that. So pretty good. We're making some good progress here. Let's move on to user account control, UAC. It's a very, 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 very important concept here. Majority of home users, meaning majority of people who have Microsoft Home for their personal computer, are logged into Windows as the local administrator. So from the previous test, we saw that any user with administrator as the account type can make any kind of changes to the system. And obviously, if it's just your computer, you would have to be the admin. Otherwise, how are you going to download things, and how are you going to modify things and add other users, so on and so forth. A user doesn't need to run with high or elevated privileges on the system to run tasks that don't require like privileges like that. So as surfing the internet, for example, or working on a Word document don't require elevated privileges. The elevated privilege increase is the risk of it increases the risk of the system compromise because it makes it easier for malware to infect the system. And since the user account can make changes to the system, the malware would run in the context of the logged in user. So if the logged in user is the administrator and the malware runs as an administrator, it can do a lot of damage. So to protect the local user with those privileges, Microsoft introduced user account control. This concept was introduced with the very first Windows Vista, and then continued with the other Windows options that followed. So UAC doesn't apply to the built-in local administrator account. but it does apply to essentially every other account that the administrator creates. When a user with an account type of administrator logs into the system, the current version, the current session, doesn't run with elevated permissions. When the operation requires elevated privileges, the user will be prompted to confirm if they want that to run, and then they have to enter their administrator password. So for example, you can open up a command line as just a regular user, but if you want to run admin privileges, I might as well actually just show you this, because this is kind of very important to keep in mind here. So most of these things, you can actually right click on it, and it gives you this option of run as an administrator, so that you don't have to be prompted to enter your password or do a lot of things to confirm what you want to do. And this essentially applies to anything, right? Anything that you open up, you can say that you want to run it as an administrator. If I don't do that, it'll just run it normally. And this is one of the big things that is also when we do our pen testing exercises, or when we do other SysAdmin exercises. If we wanted to open up the command prompt again, you can right click on it and you can run it as an administrator. If you don't, it'll run it normally. And when it runs it normally, look, it says user admin. And then if I go into run as administrator, it'll give me actually a different prompt. Or, well, no, you know what? Since I guess I am the admin, it doesn't matter in this case. Both of them are user admin, but typically it's in the other exercises. So if we were that TryHackMe Billy guy, if we were that guy, we would run it, and right here it would say TryHackMe Billy. And then if Billy had admin privileges and we ran it as run as administrator, this would actually change into something else. And typically it actually changes to system32. It doesn't change to administrator, even though when you do an administrator command prompt, if you open it as an admin, it actually changes to system32 instead of running as the admin. Nevertheless, you can run things as an admin to avoid entering your password constantly to verify that you are the admin. So one of the big things that we can do would be to, for example, as a test here, we can check whether or not the permissions of any given program allow this to run. So for example, in the security tab of Wireshark, right, we can look at the users and groups and notice that the standard user is not listed here. So for example, here, right, so we have the system, the admin, and administrators. These are the only groups or the group users that are allowed to run Wireshark specifically, because Wireshark is actually a traffic sniffing, packet sniffing type of a software. So you don't want just anybody to be able to run Wireshark to sniff the traffic on your network, on your system. So you would want Wireshark to only be accessible by an admin. If you log in as a standard user to try to install a program, to do this, you can do remote desktop and use the standard user account, which we had previously, which was the guy at the very, very top right here. I think it was this one that, no, this is administrator let me in, logging as a standard user. I don't think that would even be possible. So I feel like maybe the TryHackMe Billy guy is the standard user. That might be the case. I'm not exactly sure. What do we see? Where were we? So we can log in as a standard user and try to install the program. To do this, you can remote desktop into the machine as the standard user account. You can have the username and password for the standard user. It's visible in this. So that was the standard user, which was TryHackMe Billy. Before installing the program, notice the icon. Do you notice the difference? When you logged in as the standard user, the shield icon is the default icon, see below. And then we can see the shield icon is an indicator. The UIC will prompt you to allow higher level privileges to install the program. Double click the program and you can see that the UIC prompt, it says, do you want to allow this to make a difference? To continue, enter the administrator's password. After some time, if the password is not entered, it disappears and the program does not install. This feature reduces the likelihood of malware successfully compromising your system, and you can read more about it here. So that was really it. I mean, I can do this. I wonder if I should even do this, because it just tells us exactly what's supposed to happen. So in in interest of brevity, I'm not going to do it. There are two ways that you can do it. However, you can just go here to the login portion. We can do this, and we can disconnect, which will just kick us out. We can go here and we can sign out. And once you sign out, you'll still be inside of the Windows instance, and it'll ask you to log in, and then you would have to provide the username and password. So in that particular case, it could be the one that we found from user accounts and profiles, which was the TryHackMe Billy guy, which is this. This would be the user account, and then their password was Windows Fun, which was the that's what you can use to log in as TryHackMe Billy. And once you do that, you'll be able to see these specific pieces right here. So it'll change the icon from what is available, which is the normal icon. So this is the normal icon, right? It has this downward arrow, meaning that it's a download, it's an installer, right? So Wireshark installer for Windows. That's what the description says. If you were to log in as the standard user, that icon changes into this shield right here. And the shield means that it's protected, essentially. That's what it means. And if you try to run the installer, you'll get this notification that says, hey, enter the administrator password, because we want to make sure that you have permission to do this. So do you have permission to run the install? And if you don't have the admin password, you should not be able to run that install. And that's what that whole process means. So that's what user account control really means, right? So it's essentially implied by the name, right? You're controlling what user accounts can do. And you're controlling the creation of user accounts, the configuration of user accounts, so on and so forth. So that's what user account control is. Now let's go into the settings and the control panel. This is where any changes that you want to make can happen. So the settings menu and the control panel is the central location, as the name implies, right? Control panel. So for a long time, the control panel was the go-to location to make system changes, like adding a printer, uninstalling a program. The settings menu was introduced in Windows 8, and the first Windows operating system catered to touchscreen tablets and is still active in Windows 10. As a matter of fact, the settings menu is now the primary location that a user goes to if they want to change the system. So there are similarities and differences between the two menus. So this is the settings menu, for example. So you have Windows settings, system, devices, network, internet, yada, 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 yada. This is the control panel. Very similar. System security, user accounts, network and internet, yada, 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 yada. The icons for the settings might be different from the version, what we're running on your actual computer. So I think in the one that we're running, it'll actually be exactly the same. So if I actually go to the settings menu, so let's go here. We're just going to click on the settings icon at the bottom, and it's pretty much exactly the same. So that's the settings menu that we see right here. And if I go back down here, I can see the control panel right there. So where's the control panel? Boom. We got the control panel. So pretty much identical to what we just saw in the lab, right? These are the various options that we have, the settings and the control panel. Now, to access it, you can see that we just did exactly what we did here. Now, the control panel is a menu where you will access more complex settings and perform more complex actions. You can start in settings and end up in control panel in a lot of cases. So let's say that we click on network and internet. From here, you want to change the adapter option. So click on that. Once you click on network and internet, this will be change adapter options. So if we go here, network and internet, and then we can see on the very, very front of it, you can see change adapter options. The next window that pops up is from the control panel. So if I click on that, it'll be a control panel menu that opens up, which takes us to the Ethernet. And that can also be shown here. So if I actually click on network and internet here, we can also get to that specific menu for changing the adapter option. So in this particular case, it was control panel, network and internet, and network connection. So if I'm already in network and internet, as you can see here, and what we want is network connections. So network connections will probably be, so there's actually no direct link to it. So that's very interesting to me. So within the control panel, network and internet section, there was no direct link to it. I actually clicked around on all of these things, and it brought up various options, but it didn't take us directly to this piece where it says change adapter options, which brings us to network connection. So that's interesting. So you would have to probably start from the settings and then that will take you inside of the control panel as they implied, right? So there we go. So if you're unclear which to open if you wish to change settings, choose the start menu and search for it, which we already talked about. So you can essentially search for anything. So wallpaper was something that they searched for, and it brought up the option for that. If you click on the best match, a Windows settings menu will appear and it will take you to that exact location. So for example, changing your wallpaper. So in the control panel, change the view to small icons. What is the last setting in the control panel view? So in the control panel, change the view to small icons. Okay, so let's go to the control panel. Here's the control panel. Small icons, I mean, it's already here, I think. So we can do view by category, small icons. There it is. And then now it says, what is the last setting in the control panel view? And the last setting would be, I would say, I think it's Windows Defender Firewall. I think this is the last setting here. Because if it's going in this way, so if it's going left to right, right? And then we're going to get over here. So we have troubleshooting user accounts in Windows Defender Firewall. And there it is, Windows Defender Firewall. So there we go. And that's all we got for the settings and control panel. So let's go into the task manager and wrap it up. The task manager provides information about the applications and processes that are currently running on the system. So you can find how much CPU and RAM are being utilized. That falls under performance. But most likely you have used the task manager before. And the way that I used to access it was doing Control-Alt-Delete, which would take me to the home page, and then from there I would click Task Manager. But you could literally just click right click over here. Actually, excuse me, over here, I believe. Yeah, there we go. So you would have to click on the task bar at the bottom, and then from there click Task Manager, and it opens it up, right? And then usually what I would do is that when a program is not properly running, I would right click on the program, and then I would end that task. And what it would do is it would force end it, or you could just click on this end task right here, and it would force close it, right? That's what I used to use it for, because that was basically the depth of the knowledge that I had. But you can get a lot of information about the various tasks, the various processes, as you already actually saw right here. So if we go back over here and we look at the task manager, we can see the processes that are currently running. We can also see performance statistics of how much CPU and RAM is being used, the Ethernet. We can look at the administrator user, or essentially any users that may be logged in and what they have open under them. We can look at the details of the computer. We can look at the services that are running. So a lot of great information can be found inside of the task manager. We can click on more details and view the changes that can be done, which is what we actually saw right here. And we can refer to the blog post that's available for the task manager if you want to learn more about what can be done with the task manager. The task manager can actually also be used in a variety of ethical hacking and pen testing exercises, but that is beyond the scope of this room. So if you want to learn more about it, you can look at the core Windows processes room, which, let's see, do we have I think there should actually even be a video for this. I think there is a video for this. So if you look for core Windows processes on the homepage of our channel, if you just click on the search button and search that up, you'll definitely be able to find that video as well. So if you want to jump ahead, you can. But I do recommend that you just hang out with us as we go through the rest of the CySec 101 Windows series to just make sure that it's all good. Control-Shift-Escape, Control-Alt-Delete is what I used to do. The keyboard shortcut to open the task manager, I guess these days, is this. So if I go to the article here and I do shortcut, so the shortcut search, we just do it right here. So many ways to launch the task manager. Control-Shift-Escape is to open it with a keyboard shortcut, and then it'll still take you to that window, and that's what we got over here. So there you go. That's all we got for the task manager. So in conclusion, as you saw, this was very much a generic overview of the Windows operating system. There are a lot of different things that you can talk about when it comes down to Windows for each of these individual tasks that we went through. So this was very much an overview and generic, kind of a general overview of this. So we looked at the detailed blog post, which was the very last piece that we have over here explaining the task manager. So that's one of the examples of getting more intermediate and advanced knowledge of each of these things. You can always just Google it as well and just find all of the Microsoft documentation to be able to find what you're looking for. So what we're going to be talking about would be the Windows folder, the management console security tools, which is the Windows firewall and the Defender, and all of those things in the future modules. So this is just the starting point for our fundamentals of Windows. And hopefully, if you already use Windows, maybe this gave you a different perspective of how you can interact with the Windows machine and where you can find certain data and information that you might need. So that is all she wrote for this particular video. If you found this video useful, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and share so that you can get access to our future videos, and definitely make sure that you turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out, especially in the CySec 101 series, the Cybersecurity 101 series, because we're going to have the fundamentals part 2 and 3 of Windows, and then we're going to go into Active Directory as well. And then you can just find all the other videos that we have available on the homepage of the channel. There's a lot of stuff over here. And then if you click on the search button right here, you'll be able to search for a variety of different topics as well. Just look for what you're looking for, and then you'll find the videos that come with it. There's literally a lot of videos. There's over 224 videos as of the recording of this particular video. So by the time that you probably watch this, there's going to be even more videos on this channel. And yeah, definitely just make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And then drop a comment if you have any questions, and then I will respond to your comment via the comment section. Or if it's a really big question, I'll actually create a video in response to your comment. So you'll definitely get your answer in some way, shape, or form. And then there's the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. I've worked on this a lot, and I'm continually working on this. Our membership group is growing, so I'm very excited about it. And there's a lot of perks that are associated with it. If you come in as a cyber supporter, which is our very first tier, you'll still get access to me via the Discord channel and all of our advanced members, so you can get all of your communications answered, and you can have somebody with you to go along this journey of cybersecurity and hacking, which is a massive journey. And then our advanced tiers like the Cyber Agent, Cyber Guardian, Cyber Master, they get a lot of different perks like the individual download. So there's script downloads, so Python automations that they get. There is exclusive content. There's exclusive downloads. There is merch. There's so much stuff that's associated with it. Of course, they have their own Discord servers, and there's monthly live streams and all of those things as well. So there's a lot of stuff that's available to these people. And just to find out what perks are available and what might interest you, you can either watch this short little 14-minute video, or you can click on the read more button right there, and in the description you'll get all the breakdowns for it. So in either case, in any way, shape, or form, I would very much like it for you to check out Hackaholics Anonymous. I think you will be pleasantly surprised. I know for a fact you will not be disappointed, and I look forward to seeing you in the Discord chats. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. In this video, we are going to pick up where we left off with the Windows fundamentals. This is a part of the Windows and Active Directory fundamentals module that is a part of the Cybersecurity 101, the CySec 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And in the last video, we covered the desktop, the file system, user account control, the control panel, settings, and of course the task manager. And we're going to attempt to provide an overview of some of the other utilities that are available in the Windows OS and the different methods that you can access those utilities. We have been given a virtual machine, which I've already started, that you can see on the right hand side of the screen here, and we're going to open it up in a full screen in a little bit. You also have the opportunity to log in as a remote desktop. So if you're using RDP remote desktop from a Mac OS or a Linux machine, you can use XFreeRDP and just use these various connection details. However, you do need the OpenVPN connection to TryHackMe, so you're not going to just be able to do this by connecting, and then when you actually start your own virtual machine, the IP address that they're going to give you is going to be different. So this one is specific to the instance that I've been granted when I started this virtual machine. So this is going to be very different for you as well. And I believe that this is also, yes, this is another free room that is inside of the TryHackMe module for cybersecurity. So you don't even need to do any of those things. So if you have a Windows computer, you can just click along with what I already am going to be showing you, because most likely if you're running Windows 10 or Windows 11, it's going to be very similar to what I'm going to run over here. We're going to be running Windows 11, I believe, or Windows 10, excuse me. And all of these things should still be available in your version of Windows, so long as you have at least Windows 10 and above. If you want to log in via RDP, you can. If not, you can just register for a free account with TryHackMe, and just get access to this room, because you don't need a paid subscription for this room. So that's all we got for the intro details here. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump into the first task, or officially the second task, but it's like the first actual task, which is about the system configuration. So let's get into system configuration. msconfig, which is also known as the system configuration utility, is for advanced troubleshooting, and the main purpose is to help diagnose startup issues. So if you look at the official documentation here, this is from Microsoft, so the learn.microsoft website. It'll show you everything that you need to know about the msconfig, which is a good amount of information, actually. So if you really want to dig deep into it, you're more than welcome to do so, because we're going to be just going over an overview of this. There are a few different ways that you can launch it. My favorite is to just search for it. So if you actually go inside of the search box and just type in msconfig or type in system configuration, it'll pop up and then you can get into it. And the utility has 5 tabs across the top of it, and these are the names for those tabs. So you can see general, boot, services, startup, and tools. In the general tab, we can select what devices and services for Windows that you can load upon boot, meaning when you start the computer, what is it going to load? And the options are normal, diagnostic, or selective. In the boot tab, we can define various boot options for the operating system. So safe boot, for example, or minimal, alternative, all those things are subcategories under safe boot. You can say no GUI, so no graphic user interface, just a command line. You want to load the boot log or the base video or the OS boot information. All of those things can all be under your boot. The services tab lists all the services configured for the system regardless of their state, so whether or not they're running. A service is a special type of application that runs in the background, so this is very different from software that you see running in the foreground. All of these things are running in the background. So for example, the Amazon SSM agent in this screenshot is running, right? Everything else is stopped. AWS Light Guest Agent is also running. So it seems to be something with the Amazon server that is currently running on that particular screenshot on that machine. We have the startup tab that you're not going to see anything interesting in our specific VM. This is for msconfig from the local machine of the creator of this room, which also doesn't show anything interesting. It just goes to the task manager. Microsoft advises using the task manager to manage, meaning to enable or disable any startup items. The system configuration utility is not a startup management program. So msconfig, system configuration, is not a startup management program. To do that, you can go to the task manager. If you open the task manager for the attached VM, you'll notice that the task manager doesn't show a startup tab. And then there's the list of various utilities that's under tools that you can run to configure the operating system further. There's a brief description of each tool. For example, about Windows displays Windows version information, system information, event viewer, programs, etc., etc., etc. All these things are under this sysconfig, msconfig utility, and you can get access to those. The selected command section, this will be a text box. So right here, you see this right here. This means this is the actual path to that specific tool. So let's actually look at what that would look like if we were to go inside of this machine. So if I click on the Windows button at the very bottom right here, I can actually start typing msconfig and it'll start searching for me. So if I just do msconfig, it'll start searching in the machine. You can also right click on the taskbar at the bottom right here and then go to search and then do show search box, and it'll show you the search box. So you can do that as well. And it essentially does the same thing. It just opens up this Windows icon that you see at the bottom, and then you can just type in msconfig, and then it'll show the, msconfig, there we go. And then we get the system configuration. And then once we open this up, we'll see that, you know, we have all the stuff that they just talked about in this video. And if we go to tools, we can see the path of these various commands. So for example, about Windows would be system32 winver.exe, which is the executable that will launch to get you details of this. So if I double click this, it should launch that executable, or I guess I need to click launch. So if I click launch, it'll launch that actual executable, which is the about Windows, etc., etc., etc. Which means that I can actually also take this path. Ideally, that's what I should be able to do. I can do this, I can copy this, and I can go into a file manager. So if I can just do file, or file explorer, excuse me, I can open up the file explorer, And then at the top, we have this path. And then we can just paste what we picked up right here inside of that and press enter. And it'll do the same exact thing. So it's the direct path to whatever the utility is, whatever the tool is. So if I click on programs, it'll show you the path for that. If I click on system properties, it'll be the path for that. So on and so forth. Sysinformation, msinfo.exe. So that's how you get the path. This is one way of getting the path. I should say it that way. This is one way of getting the path to the variety of different tools that are available on the msconfig utility. So there is that. Now, let's go further here. So we got all of these things, and we got some questions at the bottom right here. So to run a tool, we can launch it using the launch button, which we just did. So what is the name of the service that lists system internals as the manufacturer? So in a way to do that, we could actually just look at the description of all of these tools that were available for us. So the name of the service. So we go to services, we can see right here, and then it would say it lists system internals as the manufacturer. So we have the manufacturer right here, and I could just click that and organize these by alphabet. And then sysinternals, if you just do Z to A, so double click it so that the arrow is pointing downward, you can see PS shutdown has system internals as the manufacturer. It says who is the Windows license registered to. So if I want to see the Windows license registry, I can go under that information and try to find that. So let's see. So the way that we actually find that is by going to the About Windows tool, right? So this is where it was right here. We have About Windows, we launch it, and then once you launch that, it gives you the details of this particular machine. And at the bottom it says this product is licensed under yada 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 to Windows user. So there is that, and that's how we got that detail right here. Now it says, what is the command for Windows troubleshooting? So obviously this is the full command, but let's go find that detailed information. So we want Windows troubleshooting. And what we're going to do is we're going to go here, and under our tool name, we need to find Windows troubleshooting. So I just organize it by alphabet. So we go to W. Windows troubleshooting is right here. This is the full path for Windows troubleshooting, which is massive. So just highlight that, copy that, and then you can bring that over here and paste that over here. What command will open the control panel? And so it's control exe right here. The answer is the name of the executable, not the full path. So if I go here again and go over here and do control panel. So what do I want? I want services or tools control panel. So let's see what we can find. Now in this particular case, it's actually not listed under control panel. It's listed under system properties. And then when you look at it, it says control.exe, and then it takes you to the system. That would be the executable that they're looking for in this case. All right, and we are good with this particular section. So we are now going to move on to changing the user account control settings. This is also something else that's available through the system configuration msconfig. It was covered in detail in Windows Fundamentals 1. It really wasn't in that much detail. They're saying great detail. It definitely wasn't that much detail. You can definitely get more detail about your user account control. But what we can do is we can see a few other things about it. So the settings can be changed or even turned off entirely, which is not recommended. You can move the slider to see how the setting will change according to the UAC settings that Microsoft has on this particular setting. So you have always notify and never notify. Never notify essentially means that you're turning it off. It starts default over here. Notify me when apps try to make changes to my computer, and then always notify is obviously much stronger settings. So that's essentially it. So what we're trying to do is what is the command to open that, and the answer is the name of the executable file. So if we went over here and we want the user account or user account control. Yeah, I believe that's what it is. So change UAC settings. That's the one that we're looking at. And then we see right here, this is the full executable, which is user account settings.exe. And then so what we can see when we launch it is these options. And then you have always notify me when apps try to install software. I make changes to Windows settings. This is the default one. This one is do not dim my desktop. So notify me only when apps try to make changes to my computer. Don't notify me when I make changes to the Windows settings. And then finally is never notify me when anything happens, which is not recommended. So this is the default right here that just notifies you other than notifying when the person makes changes to the settings. The actual user that's logged in makes changes to the settings. So that's all we got for change UAC. So let us go to computer management. This is another tool that's inside the msconfig utility. Comp mgmt is the executable for it. It has three primary sections. So you have system, tool, storage, and services and application. And you see it on the sidebar right here. And then you can expand each one of these and it opens up. System tools is the task scheduler, or one of the tools inside of system tools is task scheduler. The task scheduler can help you create and manage common tasks that the computer will run automatically at the times that you specify. A task can run an application, it can run a script that you create, it can do a bunch of different things. So it's a pretty useful interface for setting up automated tasks. And it can run at any point. So it can run on login, meaning boot. It can run at log off. When you log off, right before it logs off, it'll do what you want it to do. It can also be configured to run on a specific schedule, so every 5 minutes, daily, monthly, etc. To create a task, you just click on Create Basic Task under the actions in the right panel, and it'll go and do what you want it to do. The next event would be the event viewer, and this is something that we use a lot with security and looking at logs and trying to figure out what happened in incident response. It allows you to view events, right, that occurred on a computer. So the records could be seen as an audit trail that can be used to understand the activity of the computer system, and it's often used to diagnose problems and investigate actions executed on the system, so incident response. Event Viewer has three panes. The pane on the left provides the hierarchical tree. The pane on the right or in the middle will display the general view of what you're looking at. And on the right is the actions pane, for example, filtering. And these are the 5 levels of events, right? You have an error, you have a warning, information, success audit, or failed audit. And error is just something that happened, like a loss of data or something crashed. Warning is not necessarily significant, but it could be a future problem. For example, when a disk space is low, or when something happened that should not have happened, somebody trying to log into a system that they shouldn't have tried to been logged into. Information is just telling you what happened. So this successfully launched, or this was closed, so on and so forth. Success audit is a security access attempt that was successful. So this is very important. Success audit is in security. It's a specific security incident and it was successful. So a user successfully attempts to log on to the system and is successfully logged in. A failure audit is a security access attempt that failed. For example, somebody tries to log on to something or access something and they didn't provide the correct login credentials. So these two are very important in the context of cybersecurity. This could be something that leads to a failure audit, for example. An error could potentially maybe be something, but it's more system related, so it could be a system crashing, etc. But these two are very, very important to us in the context of cybersecurity. And so just to show you what that looks like, because that's actually a very important thing for you to kind of view if you haven't seen already. And there's a full video that exists on the event viewer. It's on this channel particularly. So again, I keep closing out configuration, but what we're looking for is the event viewer, and I can just click on it and launch it, and it'll launch the event viewer for us. And this is exactly what they're talking about. So you have the left section here that you can go and look at these various series of logs, and if you click on it, they open up, or you can just do a drop down and same things open up. And if I go into here, I can double click this and that'll open up, or if I do the drop down, it's the same thing. So, and then you have the Windows logs, which is a very, very important series of events, especially in security, application, systems, so on and so forth. And you can see that it has massive numbers of events, so 3,000, etc., etc. And then so if you wanted to filter something, you can click on any of these, and from here you can filter the type of event that you want by going into view, or by actually doing a filter of the current log right here, and it will show you the filter of all of the logs or the log items inside of our Windows application log, for example. So that is our event viewer. And so what you see on the right hand side right here, these are considered the standard logs of the Windows logs. So you can look at the docs at Microsoft, obviously, and learn more about each one of those and the events that fall under them. And this is something else, again, that we do in incident response, where we try to find what events happened and what each event ID means, and how you can kind of reverse engineer that to find out what happened on the system. For more information about the event logs, we can go to the event log room, which we've already done. Let me just verify this, but I'm pretty sure that we've already done this room, and there should be, yep, and there should be a video on it. So you can definitely go check that video out as well if you want to skip ahead. It is one of the more advanced rooms. So everything that is not under the CySec 101, trust me, it is a little bit more advanced. So I would just recommend going through all the CySec 101 stuff if you're just starting out. But if you've kind of dabbled with this stuff already, if you've gotten your feet wet already, you can just move forward. So shared folders is where you see a complete list of the shares and folders that others can connect to. And this is, again, something else that is available to us under our computer management utility. So if we go back to our MS config and then go to computer management, which is what we have over here, we launch this piece right here. And under this, we have these pieces. So we've already looked at task scheduler, event viewer, and now shared folders. So when you click on this, it opens up the shares that you have available. So these are our shared folders on this particular computer. These are the sessions that might be open and the opened files that are being currently accessed. So these are our shared folders available from this specific computer. Each of these shared folders, you can right click on them and view the properties like permissions and who can access them. Under sessions, you'll see the list of users who are currently using it, and of course the open files that they are actually accessing. Local users and groups should be familiar with already because we did it in Windows Fundamentals 1, which is the L user manager, the local user manager. In performance, you'll see a utility called Performance Monitor, which is another one of those things that is very similar to what you saw in the Task Manager. That will just show you what the system is currently running. So how much of the physical disk is being used, for example, the processing and the network interface, and the memory that's being used, the available RAM, etc., etc. So this is part of the performance of the computer, which is another big thing that you need to kind of have a gauge on, to have your thumb on the pulse of, so to speak. Device Manager allows you to view and configure the hardware, such as disabling any hardware attached to the computer, which could be the keyboard, the mice, the monitor, the network adapter, ports, print queue, so on and so forth. And you could also see under this what potential connections are there that shouldn't be there and this is something, again, that you can set up. This is an advanced recommendation, but you can set up a script or something in your alerts that something pops up that says, hey, there's been something other than the approved devices that was just connected to the computer ever since you last visited this computer, right? So you can keep track of what should be connected and what should not be connected. Storage, or Storage houses the Windows Server backup and disk management, and we're only going to be looking at disk management in this particular case. But Windows Server backup is also important because it helps you back up the various images of your computer, images meaning all of the data. So an image could be everything on that computer, and it would be backed up on the server, or it would be backing up the server that you have. Disk management, again, could just be you have an image of the disk. So you have an image of the C drive, for example. Since we have a Windows Server operating system, there are utilities available that you'll typically not see in Windows 10. So let's actually go check out our Windows Server backup right here. So if I click on this, I should be able to see something that I don't. So let me see if I can open it up. We have the local backup. Oh, I see. So it's not Windows Server backup. It should be the disk management. And under disk management, this is the data that we actually do see right here. So we have the C drive and we have the system reserved, all part of the NTFS. And this is essentially the screenshot that we just looked at, right? So disk management is a system utility that enables you to perform advanced storage tasks like set up a new drive, extend a partition, shrink a partition, assign or change a drive letter, meaning change C drive to E or D to F or whatever. Extending a partition is essentially a compartment on the computer that is housing a certain bit of data or certain pages of data, and you can extend it, meaning make that specific compartment larger, make that container larger, or you can shrink it, meaning make it smaller. And this is typically not available in a lot of other environments, so it's useful that you can actually shrink a partition. Usually you can only extend a partition depending on the file system that you're using. And finally, we have services and applications, which is at the bottom right here, that allows us to see the routing and remote. Let's expand this. Routing and remote access services, and of course WMI control. So recalling from our previous task, it's a special type of application that runs in the background. That's what a service is. So you can do more than enable or disable it. So you can view the properties for the service, for example. So if we're looking at the VMware helper service, you can see the general, the logon, recovery, and dependencies of it, the service name, display name, description of it, the path to that specific executable, and what the status is, and if you can start or stop that service. WMI controls the Windows Management Instrumentation Service. And per Wikipedia, it allows scripting languages like VB Script or Windows PowerShell to manage Windows personnel, computers, and servers, both locally and remotely. Also offers a command line interface called Windows Management Instrumentation CLI or command line. And it's deprecated in Windows 10 version 21 H1. Windows PowerShell supersedes this for WMI. So that's all you need to know about this. This is not, again, this is a super generic overview. You just need to be aware that these things exist and kind of generally where you can access them, so that for future labs and future videos, as we go deeper into Windows and where certain things would be located, you would know where to go. So the overall piece right here is that we're looking at computer management. So these are all the various tabs that are available inside of computer management. And then you can go and look at system tools, shared folders, device manager, etc., etc. And you can get access to Computer Manager from the msconfig, which is the system configuration utility. Or you can just look it up inside of search and just go into computer management, and it'll bring up the computer management tool for you, and you can access it that way. So if you know the name of what you're looking for, a lot of times you can just access it by just searching for it, and it's a much quicker access time. So a couple of questions here. What is the command to open computer management? And it's comp mgmt msc, and this is the name of the MSC file, not the full path. So the way that you can find that is by going to the system configuration, go to computer management, click on it, and then you see that this is the command that you can launch, or you can just type computer management the way you just saw. So at what time every day is the Google Update Task Machine UA asked that is configured to run? So that's something that we're going to find under Task Scheduler. So if we go under Task Scheduler and expand it, we should see the library, and then under that we have a few things that are supposed to run, and one of them is the Update Manager, and it says at 6:15 a.m. every day it'll repeat every hour for the duration that it's running, and this is the name of it, which is the Update Task Machine UA. And 6:15 a.m. is the time daily that is supposed to run. And finally, what is the name of the hidden folder that is shared? So let's go and find that. It should be under our shareds. And so if we click on shared folders, if we go to shares and then go over here, let's see, we have a share name that shows up, which is the shared folder. And if I click on shares, or if I click on shared folders, shares, I mean, I guess this is it, but it doesn't seem to be hidden. I don't know why it's saying that it's hidden. So if I click on this, is it hidden? Share permissions, everyone, security. Yeah, I don't know where the hidden piece of this came from, but it is a hidden folder, evidently, that is being shared, which is our shared folder. And there we go. That's all we got. That's all she wrote. So moving on to our next piece here, which is the system information, sysinfo. This is another tool that's available on the msconfig. So sysinfo msinfo32 includes a tool called Microsoft System Information. This gathers information about your computer and displays a comprehensive view of your hardware, system components, and software environment that you can use to diagnose computer issues. So the system summary gives you hardware resources, components, and software environment, like so. It has the left pane, and you can expand any of these or double click them to open them. And then you have the hardware resources. That's not for the average computer user. So if you want to learn more about this, you can obviously go to the Microsoft page, but it has conflicts in sharing, forced hardware, input-output systems, the memory, so on and so forth. Under components, you can see specific information about the hardware devices installed on the computer. So some don't show any information, but some sections do. For example, the display and the input, right? So you have the components for multimedia which is your audio and video codecs. There would be a CD-ROM if there was one. Sound device, displays, Input would be the keyboard and the pointing device, which is the mouse. The network adapter, then you have the storage, you have the display. Where do we have display? Display doesn't show anything for us over here, at least in this screenshot. But you can have more information expanded for each one of those things and then get the details of that. And then you have software environment, which essentially has all the software that's baked into the OS and the stuff that you've also installed. And you can see the environment variables and the network connections, which are actually very important. So environment variables are very useful. To know what the environment variables are, that would actually be very, very useful. So let's go to the MS info, the system info, and try to pull that up, which is right here, MS info. So we're going to launch this thing. And then what I want to see is actually our environment variables. So look at all these environment variables. So this means that if you launch any of these, so the path for this, for example, would be a system tool that can access the user profile. All of these things are the environment variables themselves, right? So you have the essential variable designation, and then you have the path to the variable or the value of the variable. And for us, if we did the temp folder for system root temp, this would take us, if you remember from the first Windows Fundamentals video, the last one that we just did, anything inside the parentheses will be replaced by the actual name of the thing. So if I went and searched that inside of my, let me see if I can right click on this or open this. I can't. So if I open up the File Explorer, for example, and try to look for what we just have right there by typing it inside of this path that we have at the top right here. So let me kind of make this a little bit easier accessible. So system root / temp, right? So if I actually do parentheses, or not parentheses, excuse me, percentage, system root percentage, and then do a / and then do temp, you can see that it already starts filling this out for me. And I do that, and I open it up, and you see that it actually takes me to the path. So the system root in this particular case is this PC, local disk, Windows, and then temp. That's the full path for system root. So that's what that variable stands for. It takes you and does a bunch of different things in that specific category for you. And then finally, it ends you up at the temp folder. So the environment variables are actually very handy. They're very useful, and this is where you can find them under the system information, MS info, under the software environment. So super, super useful. I love it actually, and I think it's very good for you to know. So let's make sure that we can continue from where we left off. So where the environment variables was briefly touched on, we actually just talked about it. They store information about the operating system environment. It includes details such as the OS path, the number of processes used, and the location of the temporary folders. They store data that is used by the OS and other programs. For example, Winder environment variable contains the location of the Windows installation directory. Programs can query the value of this variable to determine where the Windows operating system or files are located. So if you click on it, you can see all of the variables as we just did. Another method is to go to the control panel, system security, system, advanced system settings, environment variables, or setting system about the environment variable. So these are the two various paths that you can take if you don't want to go through the msconfig tool to access it quickly. But environment variables can be accessed through these various paths, as you can see right here. So it's very, very useful. And then inside of that, you have the system variables, which are the various tools that you can use for writing scripts or accessing data or paths quicker. That's essentially it. So the detour is over. Let's redirect the attention to MS Info and pick up where we left off. So MS Info, there is a search bar, and you can go and search for something inside of it. So if I go back to MS Info and right here, go to here and find what? So they said to search for IP address. So if I search for IP address, I will get hopefully a bunch of different types of data, including IP address not available, IP subnet not available, default IP gateway not available. So the value for those specific pieces are not available. And this particular information, it says search selected category only. So if we do that and search that, and let's see what we can find. Okay, so a few things here, right? So just to give you a good idea, we're searching this specific category. That's why this is important right here. They have a lowercase version of this, but when I did that, it didn't show me anything. It said nothing was found. So I actually had to make a case sensitive version of it, or at the very least, I thought I did. And it showed it to me over here as not available. But if we actually don't have this selected category, if we do like a full search of the system summary and we look for the IP address, it should, there we go. There you go. That's where it is. But there is something that will ultimately give you the IP address of the network that you're on and give you some information. I actually just found it. It's so weird that it's not allowing me to look at it over here or see it anymore. Find next, or maybe that's what it was. So I need to do find next again. There you go. So if you keep clicking, it'll take you to ultimately the value that actually has something. So IP address in this particular case does give us an IP address, whereas the one that was up here is not available. So there are different searches. There are multiple values for that specific search term, IP address, and that was allowed to give us finally the IP address of the computer that we were on. So you can actually search for whatever you're looking for in the system info by going to the little search bar at the bottom right there. Okay, so here we go. What is the command to open system information? That is msinfo.exe, as we already saw. What is listed under the system name? So if we go to here and try to find the system name, should be available for us by going through this. So let me actually go to here and just do a system name. All right, to be able to find it, I just searched for it and I removed the search selected category so I can search through all of the data points that we have here. And it is right there. System name is THM WinFund 2, which we actually have over here. So under environment variables, what is the value for ComSpec? So now we're going to go to environment variables and we're going to delete this piece at the bottom right here just so we can see everything. And then what we're looking for is ComSpec, which is right here. ComSpec, yada, 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 yada. And you can get that and you can put that over here. Now the challenge is that you can't right click it and you can't copy it. So you would have to manually type that out. So that's all I got for you as far as environment variables and what we got under system information. So let us go into the resource monitor. Yet another tool in our system configuration panel. The resource monitor displays per process and aggregate CPU, memory, disk, and network usage information. In addition to providing details about which processes are using individual file handles and modules, advanced filtering allows users to isolate the data related to one or more processes, start, stop, pause, and resume services, and close unresponsive applications from the user interface. It also, this is a lot, okay? So essentially what we can do is get any detail about any resource on the computer. And from that, you'll be able to pull up other information and make a variety of changes. How about that? So you can monitor any resource and make a variety of changes about the various resources on your computer. And this could be the stuff that's running in the background, and it could potentially be things that are running in the foreground, right? The software that you actually have visual access to. So in the overview tab, ResMon, Resource Monitor, has 4 sections: CPU, disk, network, and memory. And you can see that right here. The same 4 sections have corresponding tabs across the top. Each tab has an additional information for each. An image is shown right here. So you can see the additional information, meaning so if you actually click on it, there's other things under that CPU, right? So at the very, very top, this is what you see is the overview. But then if you actually go to CPU, for each one of the processes and services, so on and so forth, there's extra details that are associated with it. And for same thing for memory, same thing for the disk, and same thing for the network. So Resource Monitor has a pane at the far right, and it shows a graphical interview in real time for each section. And let's go see that because it doesn't show it to us for this particular example in those screenshots. So if I actually open, whoops, I closed it. Give me 1 second. All right, so here we go. There it is. And this is the pane that they're talking about on the far right that actually shows you a real-time graphical data of what's being done and how much of the CPU is being used and the disk and the network, so on and so forth. So this is what it is. If I click on CPU, it minimizes those things and only shows you the stuff that's relevant to CPU. Same thing with the RAM and etc. So it's actually very, very useful. It's the Resource Monitor. And it's getting in the nitty gritty of system administration, and you most likely won't need this unless you're really, really going into sysadmin stuff. And when you go into your job as a security analyst and you start noticing a big slowdown of the processing power of a server, for example, and you want to know what just happened and what is taking up so much of the processing power, this is where you would come to see what is eating up all of your resources. So the question that we have here is, what's the command to open a resource monitor, which is resmon.exe, which, if you kind of have noticed the pattern right here, they give you the acronym here, and then based on that, you just add the .exe at the end of it, and that becomes the name that they're looking for, right? It's either an exe file or a different type of file, but essentially they give you the acronym for it, and then you can find it. But if you wanted to really see it, you go to the system configuration, and then from there, once you click on resource monitor, you can see at the very end, that's the name of the executable. So there we go. Now let's move on to the command prompt, which is, I bet you guessed it, another one of the msconfig, the system configuration tools. The CMD, the command prompt, is another one of the sysconfig tools, or msconfig, I should say. This, for me, I love it, but they say that it can seem daunting at first because I guess when you just see something like this and it's like just a black screen with text on it, it doesn't seem welcoming. But it was literally the only way that you can interact with the operating system. And when you're dealing with Linux servers, in a lot of cases, it's literally just a command line. You don't get a graphic user interface. And when you get used to the GUI, it becomes daunting. Or if you start with using the GUI, it becomes daunting. When the GUI was introduced, people could do complex tasks with a few clicks of a button without actually entering commands and knowing scripting. But even though a computer can still interact via the command prompt, and it's actually much faster if you know what you're doing. We're literally going to go through a few commands here, but this just by itself can be a series of training exercises, and we're actually going to go through a few of the separate rooms as well that go into the command line and Windows PowerShell and so on and so forth. So the command hostname will output the computer name. Who am I will output the name of the logged in user, and then you can do ipconfig to look at the IP address and the DNS settings and everything that's associated with the computer that you're on. These are just a few of the commands. To get a help manual, you can do the /?, not to be confused with \. So you can do ipconfig /?. You can do who am I /?. You can do essentially any of the tool names /?, and it'll give you the help menu for that. The command prompt screen is CLS to clear it. In Linux, it's clear. In Windows, it's CLS. Netstat is another one. It'll display protocol statistics like the current TCP/IP connections that are going on, as well as the various flags that are associated with them. The structure tells us that we can run it alone or with parameters like these parameters that you have at the bottom. So these are considered parameters, arguments, options, flags. There's a variety of different names that you can use to determine what those things are. When any of these things are appended, netstat in this case, the output of the tool changes. So this doesn't apply to every tool. This is specific just to netstat, but a variety of tools have their various options. They have flags or arguments that you can attach to them when you run it to get a different output of results. The net command is primarily used to manage network resources, and it supports subcommands. So if you type net without a subcommand, the output will show the syntax of the root command, showing a few of the subcommands that you can potentially use. For the net command, if you wanted to help the manual, same thing. It's not going to work. So in this case, you need to do is just type net help, and that's actually what I'm used to. So either net help or net-h, or again, just depends on the tool itself. But when you type in net right here, it shows you what the options are, and one of them are help. So you can do net help, and it'll bring you the help menu, and then it brings all the various options that you can run, and it'll tell you what it actually can do. So net help names explains different types of names, net help services lists the services, so on and so forth. So if you want to see the help information for net user, the command would be net help user, right? And that's essentially it for the series of commands that we have for the CMD. We can get the help information for other net sub commands like local group, use, share, and session. And you can look at a lot of that stuff at this particular link, which is, of course, the documentation link for Windows CMD, which is massive. And each one of these things has its own series of subcategories that you can go into. So it's pretty large, but it's very, very useful to have those types of resources bookmarked, or at least know what you're looking for so that you can Google them and find them. So in system configuration, what is the full command for internet protocol configuration? So in sysconfig, what is the full command for internet protocol configuration, which is right in the middle right here. And that is our full command. And you can see that it's actually an extension of the CMD executable that takes you to the ipconfig executable and gets that information for you. For the ipconfig command, how do you know, or how do you show detailed information? And you just do ipconfig all. So let's just run that real quick. So we're just going to do CMD. We're going to open that up, and then we can do ipconfig and /, and it'll give us all of the tools. And then right here it says example ipconfig / all. It shows all the detailed information, and that's what you want. How do you show detailed information? ipconfig all. And I love the command line, honestly. I think once you actually get used to the command line, you won't want to do anything else. And what's interesting about it is that psychologically, when you think about being a hacker, this is what you think about. You think about the command line interface. You don't think about somebody clicking around and dragging and dropping items and things like that. You think about somebody sitting in front of a terminal and just typing a bunch of code, and next thing you know, they've taken over a computer or something like that. So last but not least, let us talk about the registry editor. This is the last tool that we're going to cover with the system configuration panel. The registry is one of the big things that we cover in all of the security analysis and pen testing exercises because it is something that can be modified for malicious intent. It is a central hierarchical database that stores information necessary to configure the system for users, applications, and even hardware devices. It has profiles for each user, applications installed on the computer, and types of documents, property sheet settings for folders and applications, and what hardware exists on the system. The ports that are being used as well. So the registry is for advanced computer users. Making changes can affect normal computer operations, so just keep that in mind. We're not going to be doing anything like that. You just need to know where it is and what it looks like. And in incident response and digital forensics, we look at the registry editor as well as just registry data to try to find a bunch of information that may be relevant to what may have happened during that incident. So it is something to keep in mind that this is actually a very, very useful tool. So referring to the Microsoft documentation can give you much more information about your particular registry editor and the information itself and the various paths and locations of tools, resources, data, and everything that you would need for any given user. So the command to open the registry editor, as you guessed it, would be regedit32exe, which actually they didn't give us this piece right here. They only gave us regedit. So if we actually go into, let me just zoom out here. If we go back into our msconfig and open that up and then go to tools and then find the registry editor, we should be able to find the information that we need, which is regedit32exe right there. And that's it. That's all we got for our particular room today. So the tools that we used in this particular room were all part of the msconfig utility. And throughout the room, we will look for, commands and shortcuts that you could access those various utilities under the msconfig, meaning you don't have to actually launch msconfig to run those things. So you can go to the Windows administrative tools and see where you can find them. You can also go to the Windows system and see where you can find them, or you can just Google or talk to Gemini or various AIs and say, hey, this is what I'm trying to do on Windows. What would be the tool name that I would need to use to try to find the information that I need. And it will tell you what you can potentially use, or it will give you exactly what you can use, and you can get the information that you need. So fairly straightforward if you really kind of get a hang of where to find these things and how to use them. And that's all we got for this particular room. If you found this video useful, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, go check out everything else that we got on our channel, because we got a bunch of great stuff on this channel. And you can click on this little search button right here, search for what you need, and there's most likely a video that exists for you. This is a channel about cybersecurity and hacking, so just keep that in mind. This is not a system administration channel. Even though we just talked about something that's very basic, which is Windows, we did look at it from the perspective of cybersecurity. So like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and drop a comment if you have any questions. I will respond to all the comments that come in, and specifically if it's a big question and requires a lot of explanation, I will create a video in response to that question. This entire path, actually, the Cybersecurity 101 training series, was in response to a comment that we got from one of our users. So definitely like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and drop a comment. Just say hi if you want, say thanks, whatever, ask a question, anything that you got, it would be great. And real quick, there's also the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. There's a lot of great perks that are associated with it. If you come in as a cyber supporter, you will get access to the Discord channel that gives you me and all our advanced members. If you come in as one of the advanced members, you get Python automations, you get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, you get the Discord chats for each individual tier. There's the monthly lives that we do. There's so much stuff that's associated with the perks of these channels, of this membership, that I think you really won't be disappointed, and there's something for everybody. So check it out, watch the 14-minute video, get all the details, or just click this little read more button right here, and then you can get the details from the description of the video and find what you may, be useful, or find what may be useful to you. In any case, I think you will actually love Hackaholics Anonymous, and I encourage you to check it out, the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Later. Today we're continuing our Windows Fundamentals education as a part of the Windows Fundamentals module for the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And so this is the Windows and AD Fundamentals portion, and we'll be doing Windows Fundamentals Part 3 today, and then we're going to go into Active Directory Basics in the next video. And this is all, again, a part of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. Which really is all comprehensive, and so far we've had some really good rooms, some really good education, and today we're going to be continuing specifically with Windows. And what we're going to be talking about today are going to be the built-in Microsoft tools that keep the actual device secure, like the Windows updates, Windows security, BitLocker, and a few other elements of Windows. And for the most part, it seems like you're going to be talking about, or we're going to be talking about system administration, but we're looking at everything with the perspective of a cybersecurity analyst and a security engineer. So the big piece of everything that we're going to talk about will come from that context, from that mindset. And as the introduction, we're required to launch the virtual machine that has been assigned to us, which I've already done, so it should be up and running by now. And if you have access to OpenVPN with the TryHackMe server, then you can just log in via remote login, remote desktop, using these credentials. This is going to be my credential, so obviously this IP address won't apply to you. When you actually log into this room and you launch the virtual machine, you'll get your own IP address, and then from there you can use the administrator and the password to remote desktop into the machine. This room itself is actually a free room. So this is another one of the free rooms that's available inside of TryHackMe. So anybody with a basic membership to TryHackMe will be able to launch the virtual machine, connect to the virtual machine, and run through the exercises that we got. If you have an actual Windows machine yourself that you're watching this on, then you can just follow along in your own Windows machine and really learn more about your own computer if you don't already know these things. So You can use a Windows machine in multiple different ways. I'm actually on a Mac OS, so I have to do this so that I can get that Windows OS interface to be able to walk through the rest of these things with you. So that's pretty much it for the intro of it. The very first piece that we're going to be talking about is the Windows updates portion. Windows Update is a service provided by Microsoft. It essentially just shows you when anytime there is a new update that's available for Windows and what you should do. And a lot of times you can even just set up automatic updates that when there is an update available, the computer will just reboot itself. Usually it happens at night, and it'll also notify you that, hey, there's a new update available. Do you want me to just do this? And you can select to do it actively in that moment, or you could just schedule it for it to be updated for you. Typically, they're released the second Tuesday of each month, and it's called Patch Tuesday. And it doesn't mean that there's a critical update or something that's happening for Patch Tuesday to be released. So Patch Tuesday is typically when a new update is released. But if there's something that's crucial, a critical update, so to speak, if something like that exists, then you'll get the notification immediately, and you'll just have that update available for you, and then you should definitely update. The whole idea is to update as the updates come in to keep your operating system up to date, and all of the most recent patches will be available, and that way anything that they have discovered, so Windows team, the pen testers and ethical hackers on the Windows team are constantly trying to break Windows so that they stay ahead of the curve of all of the hackers that are actually maliciously trying to hack into Windows. So when they push these updates, a lot of times it's so that you can also stay ahead of the curve, so that you don't have to worry about malicious attackers actually attacking your version of Windows because it's an outdated version, right? So an update, for the most part, will bring with it just some nuanced details, or a lot of times it'll bring with it a critical update that's actually a security update. And that's something that you should always keep in mind. And just as a habit, just keep your system up to date so you don't have to worry about it. To be able to see it, you can actually access your Windows Update in a variety of different ways. The main one, the most current, or the most successful, I guess, or the easiest, however we want to talk about it, the best way to access it would be on the Windows settings portion. So you can just do Windows in the run dialog box or CMD by running this particular command, and it'll run the Windows Update for you, and it'll typically open up Windows settings, and it'll just go to that. If you go into Windows settings manually yourself, you can click on Update and Security, and then you'll be able to do that. In the attached virtual machine that we actually have a few items that we can look at. So for example, the Windows settings are managed. Typically, home users will not see this type of message. There are no updates available for the machine that we have because it's a controlled environment, and most likely it doesn't have access to the internet, so it won't be able to see all of the new versions of Windows that have been launched ever since they created this lab. So for the most part, for our specific instance, there isn't going to be an update available. But if you actually check this on your Windows machine, there's probably a good chance that there's some kind of an update available. Throughout the years, Windows users have grown accustomed to pushing Windows updates off to a later date or not installing it at all. And various reasons cause this, because the reboot is typically required after a Windows update, and sometimes it can be done, or sometimes when an update happens, I remember from what I went through, it would make my computer slower in some cases, and so I was always just hesitant about updating it. But as far as the computer rebooting, Microsoft has addressed this in Windows 10, and it can no longer be ignored or pushed to the side until it's forgotten. So updates can only be postponed, but eventually the update will happen and your computer will reboot, whether or not you like it. Microsoft provides these updates to keep the device safe and secure, and this is what it looks like when it says there is a restart required so that you can boot the computer, right? So there's a Windows update, restart required, so on and so forth. You can either restart it now or schedule the restart, and that's typically what I do, and I schedule it for when I'm asleep. So I'll just do it for later on that day or that night, and then when I go to sleep, the computer is just rebooting and doing what it needs to do. So there is a lot of stuff available in the FAQ section of Windows updates if you wanted to check that out. And that is, of course, a Microsoft website, so the support Microsoft website that you can go to and just look at Windows Update FAQ, or if you have access to this particular room, which is a free room on TryHackMe, you can just go get that link directly yourself or just Google it. There's so many different ways that you can get access to the Windows Update FAQ. Now, what we have at the bottom here is a specific question for us where it says there's 2 definition updates installed in the attached VM. On what date were these updates installed? So the date is obviously here, but I'm going to show you how we got that particular answer. So first and foremost, we're going to go to our system settings. All right, so that's basically how it was. Just in case you didn't see it, I uploaded the settings by clicking on that gear when you click on the start button. So when you click on this thing right here, that little gear will automatically just open up the settings menu for you. And then this is what it looks like. And then you scroll down, you go to update and security, and then you end up on the update and security tab. So what we're looking for is the history of our updates, so we can see the date that the installed, what is it, definition updates was installed. So let me see where we can find that. It's been a while since I've done this room, so let me see where we can actually find it. Oh, it's actually right here on the update history. So we have driver updates when we click on update history, and then we have definition updates, and then we do the bottom drop down, and both of them were done on 5/3/2021. So those are my 2 definition updates, and that's how I found them in my update history, and the answer is 5/3/2021. So there is the Windows updates portion. So now let's talk about Windows security. Microsoft says that Windows security is your home to manage the tools that protect your device and your data. It's also available in our settings. So when you go open up the settings, there's a Windows security tab that we can click on, and it has these various areas that we can focus on. So we have the virus and threat protection, firewall and network protection, app and browser control, and device security. We will go into each one of these individual portions as we go along with this room. There's a quick comment on the status icons here. So green means that everything is all good and you're sufficiently protected. There's no recommended actions. Yellow means that there's a safety recommendation, and red means that there's a warning that's something you need to address right away. So in this particular situation, there is red, meaning that virus and threat protection most likely is turned off, meaning the device is vulnerable and you need to address it. So we would click on Open Windows Security, and it would bring this particular segment up for us, and we can see that there's mostly green here with the exception of that one red X. So since the the virtual machine is a Windows Server 2019, it looks different from Windows 10 or Professional Edition. This is from the Windows 10 device right here. So this is what Windows security looks like on a Windows 10 device, which is a little bit more streamlined, a little bit more up to date, but you still see that there's the green logos, and then if there's anything else that needs to be addressed, it would be either in yellow or red. So in the above image, which area needs immediate attention, which was this portion, which is the virus and threat protection. So this one is pretty easy, and we can look at it from Windows security. So if I just went back in this machine right here, I also have Windows security that I can click on, and once I click on that, it'll bring this up. And of course, it says virus and threat protection is also turned off. In our case, that would be what we need to address. So that was it for Windows security. Let us now go into virus and threat protection, which is the thing that actually was turned off, right? Virus and threat protection is divided into 2 parts, which is the current threats and the threat protection settings. This is what it looks like when we're looking at current threats. So there's no current threats on this particular machine, which is all good. There's the last scan that they did. There were 0 threats that were found. The scan lasted 26 seconds and 34,000 files were scanned. And that was the quick scan. And you can even specify the types of scans that you want to run by going into the scan options. We have the quick scan, we have the full scan, and the custom scan. So quick scan just checks the folders on the system where threats are commonly found. Full scan checks everything, all the files and running programs on the disk. This could take longer than 1 hour, so you just got to keep that in mind. A custom scan is where you just designate where you want the scan to actually take place. The threat history will show you the last scan, so it automatically scans the device for the viruses and other threats to keep it safe, so you get to see that information. There are quarantine threats that have been isolated and prevented from running on your device, and they will be periodically removed. And sometimes there are things that you would download that you need to remove from quarantine because your system will automatically quarantine them because it thinks that it is a threat. In a lot of cases, like an intrusion detection system or something of that resort will actually be quarantined, or something of that sort, I should say, not resort. I'm kind of running out of words today. My mind is mangled it a little bit. So something in that regard, like if it's an IDS or something that is meant to detect viruses, in a lot of cases, because it's trying to access sensitive areas of the system automatically thinks that it is a threat, and so it will quarantine it. But in that case, you would have to go and remove it from the quarantine list so that software could actually function properly. And then there are allowed threats, that are items that are identified as threats which you allow to run on your device. For example, the stuff that we took out of quarantine that the system thinks is a threat, but it's actually not a threat. The allowed item that has been identified as a threat, only if you're 100% sure of what you're doing, you need to allow it if you really know what you're doing. And the only time that I actually do it is when I know for a fact, based on instructions that I got from the IDS website, so Snort, for example, or Wireshark, or any of these tools that have been notoriously known as security appliances. Sometimes the system will think that they are a threat, and therefore it will quarantine it as such, and then you would need to allow it to run. The only time that I would do that, though, is when I know that I've downloaded it directly from the source website. I haven't downloaded it from Pirate Bay or some kind of a third-party place, because you never know if it's been modified, because hackers will actually modify these software so that they can start sniffing your traffic and monitoring your devices. So the best way to do it is get it directly from the source, and then that way you can be sure that these security appliances are actually what they are, and then you can trust them to run on your computer. Then you have the virus and threat protection settings. So for example, we see that it can be turned on in this particular case because it was off. There are the threat protection and virus updates, and we have ransomware protection as well. So the real-time protection for the settings, it locates and stops malware from installing on your or running on your device in real time. Cloud delivered protection is increased and faster protection with access to the latest protection data in the cloud. There's automatic sample submission, send sample files to Microsoft to help protect you and others from potential threats. Controlled folder access, protect files and folders, memory areas on your device from unauthorized changes by unfriendly applications, exclusion, so Windows Defender AntiVirus won't scan items that you've excluded, and notifications. Defender will send notifications with critical information about health and security to your device based on what you have designated to be a notifiable event. And then we have the excluded items that could contain threats that make your device vulnerable. So make sure that you know what you're doing if you put something on the excluded items list inside of the exclusions right here. The virus and threat protection updates, so manually check for updates on Windows Defender antivirus definitions. And then there's ransomware protection that requires this feature to be enabled, which in turn requires real-time protection to be enabled. So ransomware is also a really big deal, because if somebody comes and encrypts your data, they will go ahead and ask you for money so they can decrypt your data so you can get access to what you're looking for. So ransomware protection should always be turned on. Real-time protection is turned off on the attached VM to decrease the chances of performance issues. Since the VM can't reach the internet and there aren't any threats in the VM, it's safe to do this. Real-time protection should definitely be enabled in your personal Windows devices unless you have a third-party product that provides the same protection. Ensure it's always up to date and enabled. You can perform on-demand scans of any file or folder by right-clicking on the item and selecting Scan with Microsoft Defender. So you can check anything that has been downloaded before running it to make sure that it's actually legit and it won't mess anything up on your computer. The below image was taken from another Windows device to show this feature. So when you right-click on something, you can scan with Microsoft Defender. So what is turned off on the Windows that is notifying you to turn on? In our particular case, is going to be real-time protection. So if I click on virus and threat detection, I can go over here and then we can see that virus and threat detection is real-time protection that has been off, leaving your device vulnerable, and we want to make sure that we turn it on. I'm going to just keep it off for the hell of it, just to see what would happen. Maybe for the rest of the lab, at some point they're going to ask us to turn it on, but we will see what goes on. Usually I get ahead of myself and I do something before the instruction gets there, and then I have to go backtrack. So I'm not going to do it yet. On to firewall and network protection. So per Microsoft, traffic flows into and out of your devices via what we call ports. There are 65,000 plus ports that are available on any internet connected device, typically computers. A firewall is what controls what is, and more importantly, is not allowed to pass through those ports. You can think of it as a security guard standing at the door, checking the ID of everything that tries to enter or exit. You should have your firewall turned on all the time as well. This is what it looks like when you go into the firewall and network protection section. So you have the domain network firewall is on. So this is port 53 typically, and also the DHCP dynamic host configuration protocol as well. Then you have the private network, and then you have your public network, and all of those things the firewall is on. And then you can configure your firewall rules to see whether or not certain traffic should be allowed to come in or even leave your particular local network or your local computer. So these are the three categories that we have, which is the domain, private, and public. So the domain applies to networks where the host system can authenticate to a domain controller. The private is the private profile that a user is assigned and is used to designate private or home networks. And then you have the default, which is the public profile, that is used to designate public networks like the Wi-Fi hotspots at coffee shops, airports, and other locations. If you click on any of the firewall profiles, we can see that another option will appear, another screen will appear, where it says that you can turn it on or off, or you can block all incoming connections on this particular network. So in this particular case, for the private network, we can see that it's actually been turned on. And then do you want to block all incoming connections, including those in the list of allowed applications? And if you do that, it's a deny all rule that is applied to the firewall, and it will deny all of the incoming condition, or all of the incoming connections, excuse me. So you always want to turn it on, and you always want to keep it enabled unless you really know what you're doing. And even if you know what you're doing, a lot of times you never disable it permanently or for more than a few minutes or for your test period. You're only disabling it for 5 to 10 minutes, and then you enable it right afterwards, because it's one of the biggest things that should be constantly running, because it'll control who can and cannot connect to your computer. And when you go to a website, there's a series of attacks that could be taking place every time that you visit a particular location, and you just want to make sure that you have your firewall enabled at all times to protect yourself against any third-party attacks or anything that is happening when you are just randomly roaming the internet and browsing the internet. So when you go through the allowed apps location to actually allow particular apps to communicate through the Windows Defender firewall, you get to check whatever apps you actually want to be allowed to run through the Windows Defender firewall. And these are this is called the mandatory access control, or it's very similar to the mandatory access control, where you specifically allow these ones that are checked to be working, and then everything else is not allowed to run. And this is mandatory. There is no way to get around it. And it's very specific because you're dealing directly with individual applications and whether or not they're allowed to communicate through the private or the public network, vice versa. You can view what the current settings for any firewall profile are in the image above. Several apps have been listed in the private and or public firewall profile. Some of them will provide additional information if it's available via the details button. So if any of these things were checked, you could click the details button. This one particularly does not have any details that you can check. And then we have the advanced settings that looks just like this. You have the left pane, the central pane, and the right pane. And the I guess we're not going to go deep into it. We might potentially go into another room where we can look at the Windows Defender firewall in greater detail. But since this is technically a fundamentals room, I guess I'm not going to throw too much information at you. I'm just going to keep it at the level of the syllabus of this particular room, just to make sure that you know what exists and where things are. So advanced security, as the name implies, it is for advanced rules and for advanced people. So we're not going to throw all of this at you because this is technically a beginner level room. This is not an advanced room. So configuring the Windows Defender firewall is for advanced Windows users. Refer to the following Microsoft documentation on the best practices, which is available at this particular link. So you can go to the Learn Microsoft website and look at the configure rules with group policy and a variety of other rules, because there's a lot of different ways that you can configure the firewall to do what you want it to do. And as you can tell, it's nice, heavy reading. This is some good nighttime reading. If you want something to help you fall asleep at night, you could probably just read through that. So if you're connected to an airport Wi-Fi, what is most likely to be the active firewall profile? And that would be the public network, because we did discover that this one right here is the default that is used to designate public networks like Wi-Fi hotspots at coffee shops, airports, and other locations. So that would be the public network that would be active when you are running to an airport or like a coffee shop or something like that, a public profile for your firewall. All right, let us move to app and browser control. Here we're going to look at the Microsoft Defender Smart Screen, and this should not be confused with an actual computer screen. This is screen in the context of screening something, right? So filtering, you can think of it that way. So Microsoft says that the Defender Smart Screen protects against phishing or malware websites and applications and the downloading of potentially malicious files, which is very useful because a lot of people, my parents, for example, they click on anything and everything because they think that they're getting a deal on something, or that a specific link will take them to a website that gives them whatever, and all this crap. And because of that, I always get notifications on my physical firewall on our network, on our router, that says that we blocked so-and-so website because this particular device was trying to connect to it. And I'm like, bro, why? Like, and I've had so many conversations about this, but they just keep clicking. So thankfully, there are a lot of different ways to protect against phishing, and Microsoft Defender Smart Screen is one of them. So refer to the official documentation for the Defender Smart Screen, and we can obviously go to, you guessed it, oh no, this is actually on the Microsoft Defender website. So this is not the learn.microsoft, although it is a Microsoft domain anyway. So feedback, smart screen, microsoft.com. And then you have Microsoft Defender Smart Screen, frequently asked questions, view all the answers, look at all this good stuff. More reading for you if you ever need help falling asleep. This is what it will look like. So you have the app and browser control, and then in this particular case, it's been on the warning setting. So it'll warn you instead of automatically blocking it. And then there's the next extreme, which is it's completely turned off. So you never want it to be turned off. You do want it to be on warning, because you do want to get notified in case something is detected to be malicious, because sometimes maybe you do want to go into those deep parts of the web where it is potentially hazardous, but you know what you're doing. So you don't want everything to be blocked off completely. Usually when it's blocked off, it'll just say, you know, access denied, or it'll give you some kind of a forbidden error that it's been blocked, and then you can click on the advanced option, and then it'll take you into the actual website itself. So there are a few different ways that you can go past something that should technically not be allowed, right? This is one of the ways that you can do for checking applications and files, and then there's exploit protection as well. So when you do check application and files, Windows Defender Smart Screen helps you protect your device by checking for unrecognized applications and files from the web. And this is the pop-up that comes up, right? So don't run, or then at the bottom it'll say run, and it's typically under another drop down that's advanced, right? So this is for the app protection, checking apps and files. And then you have exploit protection, which is built into Windows 10 and in our case Server 2019, to help protect your device against attacks. And this is what that screen looks like. So you have the system settings and then the program settings, and then the control flow is default, which has been turned on. Data execution prevention, it's default and it's been turned on, and force randomization has been turned on for images or mandatory ASLR. So unless you're 100% confident in what you're doing, it's recommended that you leave the default settings, which means turn them on, right? So in this particular case, force randomization for images has been turned off. So I misread that. I assumed it was turned on, but these are the defaults. So the defaults in this particular case are to control flow, turn it on, data execution prevention, turn it on, and to force randomization has been turned off. So There's no answer that we need to get for this particular case. We're just going to click the acknowledged partition right here, and it'll give you the correct answer, and you're all good to move on to the next section. So that's for app and browser control. And now we can go and check out device security. You will probably never change any of these settings, but just for the sake of the completion, we're going to cover it briefly. So these things are some of those things that come pre-configured and they're always turned on, and you never want to mess with them because that's basically what the best options are to make sure that your device is secure. So when you go into device security, there's the core isolation, which is the virtualized based security that's running to protect core parts of your device, meaning the core portions of the computer, for example, the root folders, or for example, the system binaries, the things that are absolutely necessary for your computer to run properly, they've been isolated and completely separate from everything else. So if you were to look at your user being one entity and all of the files that belong to your user profile being a part of that one entity, and then you have the core components of the computer being a completely separate entity, and they've been isolated from everything that's inside of your user profile. If you were to think about it that way, then you can think about the computer being protected. Actually, there was something that we did when I was going through the Linux tutorial for Linux Plus, because thankfully I'm almost done with that. It's a massive tutorial. But as I was going through that, we were talking about this concept, and it's different jargon, but the idea is the same. So I'm going to share that with you. Okay, this is a Linux file system, so I do understand that this may not necessarily look identical to Windows, but the concept again is the same. So what we're looking at over here is an isolated environment, which in this particular case is called the chroot jail. It's irrelevant to Windows, but the concept again is the same because we're still talking about isolation in this particular case, right? So we're talking about isolating the core components. So in Linux, the core components is here. So this is the root. This is the binaries of the computer that's required for the computer to run. These are the configuration files. This is the home directory. And inside of the home directory, we have a bunch of users. And so inside of the home directory, you have the users. And inside of the user directories, there's their desktop and their pictures and documents, all of that stuff, okay? So in order to separate the main components of the computer so that the computer doesn't get messed with, if somebody in this particular environment clicked on something, let's say, in order to be able to protect this environment, we've isolated it and we've separated it from the users. So this particular person, Bob, whatever they do, it should be isolated from the rest of the system. If you have a good, decent Linux administrator, they should have done it so that Bob's folder and Alice's folder don't affect the rest of the system. And you can do this with manual rules that have been configured for isolation, for sandboxing, for permissions and privileges, and a variety of other things, ownership, and all that stuff. So there should be no way that if somebody hacked Bob, they would get access to the rest of the computer unless they were able to elevate their privileges by finding some kind of a password to the root user and a variety of other tactics that could potentially be used, right? So that's the whole idea of isolating. And typically what it's done is that it's isolating the core components of the computer, which would be represented by this portion right here. And Windows has binaries as well. So it's not like Windows doesn't have binaries, or Windows doesn't have configuration files, or the folder that controls all of the user documents and the user profile. So Windows has all of those things. They're just not meshed together with all of those users, right? The core components of Windows is kept separate. This is what all of this means, right? I'm going way beyond the scope of what was intended to be taught to you in this particular video, but I just want you to get some extra juice out of it just so you can understand what's going on. So the device isolation, the device security isolation that's done by the core, all of these things you're never going to mess with because you don't want to mess with it. You want to keep all of those things separate just in case anything malicious happens, God forbid. And if those things do happen, the computer itself is protected. All your main components are protected and they can't attack you. So core isolation would have to do from protecting the integrity of the memory, so preventing attacks from inserting malicious code into the high security processes. That just sounds very, very sensitive, right? So You don't want to be able to insert malicious code into high security processes, which are considered to be the binary. So you have the daemon, you have the kernel, you have the binaries, you have all of the system binaries and everything else that makes the system do what it does. And you don't want malicious code to be inserted into those portions. So core isolation protects the memory from that. Unless you're 100% confident in what you're doing, it's recommended that you leave the default settings. Don't change it in any way, shape, or form. Below images are from another machine to show another security feature, which would be the security processor in this particular case. This is what the security processor details are. So you have the manufacturer version, the status, so on and so forth. So these are just the portions of the security processor detail. And notice that this image represents a CPU. So I don't know how familiar you are with computer hardware, but that represents a CPU, a chip for the computer processor. And the trusted platform module, aka this trusted foundry, I think is what they call it in cybersecurity. And this specific module technology is designed to provide hardware-based security-related functions. A TPM chip is a secure crypto processor that is designed to carry out cryptographic operations. It includes multiple physical security mechanisms to make it tamper resistant, and malicious software is unable to tamper with the security functions of the TPM. So this is a technology that's been designed to provide hardware-based security functions. So it's a part of the hardware of the machine. And the chip itself is a secure crypto processor that's designed to carry out cryptographic functions, and it includes multiple physical security mechanisms to make it tamper resistant, and malicious software is unable to tamper with the security functions because it is a physical part of the hardware. So software should not be able to mess with it because most of its security features are embedded and ingrained into it physically. So, sorry for the background noise. My neighborhood is chaos evidently today. So the question here is, what is the TPM? It is the trusted platform module that we see right here, and it is a chip that is a part of the security related hardware of your Windows computer. So there we go. That's what we got for device security. Now let's go into the BitLocker. So what is BitLocker? BitLocker Drive Encryption is a data protection feature that integrates with the operating system and addresses the threats of data theft or exposure from lost, stolen, or inappropriately decommissioned computers. So it's a data protection feature that integrates with the OS and addresses the threats of data theft or exposure from lost, stolen, or inappropriately decommissioned computers. Okay, so this is something that if you lost your computer or your laptop or maybe your phone or something like that, there's something that is similar to this that would be embedded on that device to protect the device from data theft or exposure from it being lost or stolen or inappropriately decommissioned, meaning that they didn't break it down properly or they didn't wipe it properly. So on devices that have the TPM installed, the BitLocker offers the best protection, and BitLocker provides the most protection when used with a TPM module, trusted platform module, version 1.2 or later. The TPM is a hardware component installed in many new computers by computer manufacturers. It works with BitLocker to help protect user data and ensure that a computer has not been tampered with while the system was offline. So if we wanted to learn more about this, we could go to the BitLocker website directly by going to Learn Microsoft and of course looking at the BitLocker overview, and then you have a bunch of great reading material in case you ever have trouble sleeping. So there is that. So the question here is, what must a user insert on a computer that does not have a TPM version 1.2 or later? And it's actually useful because we do have the answer here, but we need to go and find it, right? So let's actually go to the website and search for the version 1.2 or later. So if they don't have a version 1.2 or later, what do you find? So I just ran a Control F function, or Command F since I'm on Mac, and I searched for 1.2, and there's literally only one portion of the the article that we're looking at that talks about it, and it says for BitLocker to use the system, the device must have a TPM 1.2 or later. If a device does not have a TPM, saving a startup key on a removable drive is mandatory when enabling BitLocker. So this is referring to the USB that we talked about, and it says it must support USB mass storage, so on and so forth. And the answer specifically here is the USB startup key. So we do have startup key, and a removable drive could be a USB drive for the most part. You can also do what we did in our search when we learned about search skills and just Googling the questions that we're looking for, and you could literally just highlight it and Google it, and you will see that there is multiple walkthroughs for the thing that we're actually running, for the room that we're actually running, and a few of them are actually from people who have taken the TryHackMe course as well. And so you'll get the format of the answer, which is the USB startup key. But it is actually on the Microsoft documentation as well. So if you actually look for 1.2, it'll immediately jump to TPM 1.2, and then you can put everything else together just based on the contents that you have over here. All right, moving on to Volume Shadow Copy Service, also known as the VSS. This coordinates the required actions to create a consistent shadow copy, which is also known as the snapshot or point-in-time copy of the data that's supposed to be backed up. So the Volume Shadow Copy Service, it basically takes a snapshot of everything that's supposed to be backed up, and you can designate what needs to be backed up or what should be backed up by the VSS. VSS copies are stored on the system volume information folder on each drive that has protection enabled. If VSS is enabled, system protection is turned on. And if that actually is the case, then you can perform the following tasks within the advanced system settings. You can create a restore point, you can perform system restore, you can configure restore settings, and you can delete restore points. From the perspective of us, which are the security and analysts and security engineers, malware writers knows of this Windows feature. So malware people, hackers, know about this potential feature, and what they do is they write code in their malware to look for these files and delete them. So your restore points, they'll write code to look for these restore points and delete them so that you can't restore your computer. Therefore, when they hold you at ransom, then you're screwed, right? You don't have any more restore points. And then it makes it impossible to recover from a ransomware attack unless you have an offline, off-site backup, which I highly recommend everybody does, especially if you have critical information on your computer. I store all of my critical information on an external drive at all times. There is nothing on my actual computer that is critical that I don't have at least a backup of on an external drive. But as my working drive, when I deal with client information or when I deal with my personal documents or even videos that I'm working on that I don't want to lose the content for, it's my working drive is an external drive. There's nothing that's actually on the physical computer. And this is something that I learned the hard way, because there was a point that I actually lost my data because of, it wasn't even a ransomware or anything like that. It was just the computer glitched and I needed to reformat the computer. And as a part of that process, I lost a lot of my data. And that became the day that I was like, you know what? I'm not going to store anything on the actual computer. Everything is just going to be on the external drive, and I'm going to work off of the external drive. And that way I can guarantee that nothing is lost if anything happens to the actual computer, or if I ever get hacked or something like this. And then to give yourself an extra layer of protection, you duplicate the contents of that external drive on another drive. So you have redundancies now. You have one copy on your working drive, you have one copy on your backup drive, and then in that situation, none of your content ever gets lost, none of your data ever gets lost. Your backup drive would be locked up in your house. It'll never travel with you anywhere. And there's literally no possible way that it would ever get lost. And then if you really want to be secure, you make a third copy and you put that inside of like a bank vault or something. And that way, inside of like a safety deposit box or like a completely separate location from your house, just in case anybody breaks into your house, You know what I'm saying? It's like just the luck favors the paranoid when it comes down to security. So that's basically what I think about when I think about working with data and preparing for any kind of recovery point. That's really what I consider. So if you want to configure shadow copies within the attached VM, we can go into our local disk, go to configure shadow copies, and then from here we will get the options for shadow copies. And then it says that there is no, in our particular case, or in this screenshot, it has not been enabled. Both of these are disabled on the disk C and the external volume, it seems. So there is no enabling on this thing, so we would need to actually enable them. And if you interact hands-on with the VSS, I suggest exploring day 23 of Advent of Cyber 2, which is the annual competition that TryHackMe holds that gives away a lot of prizes. So this year there's $100,000 worth of prizes that are being given away. So this is something else that we can consider, and I'll probably try to do videos for the Advent of Cyber Part 2 as well. But for now, we have our question, which is what is the VSS, which is the volume shadow copy service. So this is what it looks like when you want to deal with shadow copies. You just right click on the actual list, the disk drive, the local disk, and then you can click on configure shadow copies and it will bring this up for you. And that's basically it. And that's all we got. That's all she wrote, as they say, for our particular room for today. In conclusion, we covered a few built-in Windows security tools that ship with the Windows OS, which are included in the Windows OS, and they actually are very powerful. They may be simple, but they're very powerful. There's still a lot that we can be covering. And again, we have the Windows Fundamentals one room that I've already done, that there should be a video up already, and Windows Fundamentals 2 is already up as well. So you can just go through those just to get some of the other stuff if you haven't seen them. And to learn more about the Windows OS, you'll need to continue the journey. So we have all of these other rooms. And again, because of the fact that this is a free room on TryHackMe, you will get access to every link that was inside of this room. And you can even run the virtual machine that was inside of this room. So I do recommend that at the very least, you create a free account if you don't want to do the, what is it, like $7 a month or something like that. Because there's also a discount code in the description of every single one of my videos that will give you a discount to TryHackMe. So in case you don't want to do that and you just want to stay on the free membership, you still get access to hundreds of free rooms on TryHackMe that allow you to launch virtual machines and go through a bunch of great stuff. So attackers use built-in Windows tools and utilities in an attempt to go undetected within the victim environment. This tactic is known as living off the land. Refer to the following resource to learn more about this. I think that was an actual room that we did, living off the land. But there's also a GitHub series of, look at this, look at all this stuff. This is crazy stuff. So these are the binaries that are considered to be the living off the land binary scripts and libraries that you can use when you go to, if you're a hacker and you want to live off of the internal binaries of the computer. All of these things are available to you to live off the land because these come pre-installed and pre-configured with every single Windows computer. For example, Bash or where is it? Where did I see it? CMD. Like the CMD just by itself is like, okay, well, you can do everything inside the command line. Like you don't need anything else. As long as it has a command line, you can pretty much run everything that you need to. So yeah, that was pretty much it. And that is the conclusion of our particular room today. And indeed, if you got value out of this particular room, then I do encourage that you check out the rest of the videos on our channel. There's a lot of great stuff that's on this channel. I'm very, very proud of it. The community is growing, and I think you'll get a lot of value out of it. I would also say that you should like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And it's going to be literally right below this video, so you can subscribe, you can like the video, drop a comment if you have any questions. I do respond to all of the comments that come in, and if it's a really, really good comment and it has really good questions, then I'll create a video in response to your question. And then not only will you get your question answered, but the rest of the community will also benefit from it as well. So I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell and drop a comment so that I hear from you. Number one, I would love to hear from you. If you just want to say hi or if you want to say thanks, all that stuff is cool. But if you have any questions, definitely drop your questions as well. And I will go ahead and respond to you and maybe even create a video as a response to your question. And if you don't already know about the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community, I would be remiss if I did not mention it to you. So it is the premier YouTube community for security analysts and hackers. I put a lot of time and energy into this particular community. There is Python automations that are given away. There are Discord chats that are available for every single tier that we have. So even the very, very beginner tier, the cyber supporter tier, gets their own Discord so that they can get access to me. They get access to all of our advanced members. You get all your questions answered. I'm literally watching the Discord chat daily. So if anything comes in, I respond right away. We have in-depth conversations on there. We have our month-end live streams that happen with our advanced members. So if you actually join our advanced memberships, you get access to the month-end live streams. You get access to Python automations that are delivered to you, exclusive content, exclusive downloads, discount on merchandise, literally there's so many stuff. I'm running out of the bandwidth to be able to describe what's available. So there is a 14-minute description video that you can watch, or you can click on this read more button right here and you can go read the description to see what is available on every single tier that is inside of the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. So if you haven't checked it out already, check out Hackaholics Anonymous. It is the premier YouTube community for cybersecurity analysts, security engineers, professional hackers, ethical hackers, pen testers, black hat hackers. I don't know, don't tell me what you want to do with it, but that's basically what it is. So I would love to see you in the Discord chats. I would love to see you in the community, and I hope I do actually get to see you over there. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. I'll see you in the next video. Later. Today we are going to continue down our cybersecurity 101 pathway by going through Active Directory basics. This is episode 10 of our CySec 101 series, which is a part of the cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And this is the last room for the module for Windows fundamentals. And as you can see over here, we're going to go through the introduction to Active Directory, Windows domains, Active Directory itself, what domains and actually Active Directory, how they connect to each other, managing users in AD, managing computers or considered objects in AD, groups and group policies, authentication methods, trees, forests, and trusts. And of course, we're going to conclude and wrap it up. And it'll be a good introduction and a good refresher for those of you who are already familiar with Active Directory, so that you know how it works and just get reminded of some of its core fundamental foundational policies and concepts. So if you don't already know, Active Directory is the backbone of the world in enterprise and essentially any type of environment where there's a lot of users that need to be managed. Usually they don't use Linux or any other operating system for management of a lot of computers or a lot of employees, mainly because of the fact that it's just so much easier and so much more convenient to do it with Active Directory. So Active Directory really is the backbone of the corporate world, if you just didn't know, because more than 80% of computers inside of the enterprise environment are run on Microsoft. Therefore, Active Directory is how they manage their objects and their domains and the employees and everybody that is inside of their overall environment. So it simplifies the management of devices and users. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go through the essential components of AD. The overall objectives here is to show you what Active Directory actually is, what the domains are, what components go into an AD domain, and of course what forests and domain trusts are, and how to manage users and everything else that we discussed a couple of seconds ago. So the prerequisites are general familiarity. My God, familiarity. That is a horrible word for me to pronounce right now. And so we went through all of the Windows fundamentals that were available prior to this particular episode. So I believe it was 7, 8, 9. So all of the last three episodes inside of this CySec 101 series goes through all of the Windows fundamentals, and now we're officially going into the AD fundamentals. So that's essentially what we're going to be talking about inside of this room. So let's actually talk about what Windows domains are. So here's the visual, here's the example. So imagine that you are a small business and you have 5 computers and 5 employees. In a network like that, you probably can configure each one of those things separately, manually, individually. You'll log into each computer, create the users for whoever it is going to use them, make specific configurations if you need to. And if the computer stops working, you probably can just go into that specific computer and fix it and do whatever you need to do on site in that particular environment. Now, it's pretty easy, right? It's very relaxed, as this word is very descriptive of that little environment in terms of IT itself is concerned. So let's say you expand and now you have 157 computers and you have 320 different users that are located across 4 different offices. So now it's a much more complex situation to manage. Instead of having the one location, you actually have 4 offices, and then you have 320 different users that will be individually using 157 different computers. So now you really can't manage each one of those things as a separate entity. It's very, very difficult to do that, very time consuming, energy consuming to do that. So to be able to manually configure those things is probably going to be a nightmare. To overcome this, we can actually use something called the Windows domain. And a domain is essentially a group of users and computers under the administration of a given business. So the idea is to centralize the administration of common components of a Windows computer in a single repository called Active Directory. And the server that runs the Active Directory service is also known as the domain controller. So you have the domain, which is essentially this right here. So we have domain, which will be tryhackme.com. Inside of this domain, we have our database server, we have the domain controller, we have file servers, and then we also have the workstations as well as desktops. And these all fall under the tryhackme.com domain. I did a video on using PowerShell to enumerate domains and to enumerate users and objects and forests and everything like that using the command line and using PowerShell. And it's a much faster way to, if you know the command line, it's a much easier and faster way to actually enumerate everything that's going on inside of Active Directory and even make certain modifications and changes if you need to. But there is the GUI, or the GUI, however you pronounce it. One of our users or one of our community members was like, is it GUI or is it GUI? Or I don't know what the pronunciation is. I guess it depends on the accent that you run. I always thought of it as GUI. But so there's a graphical user interface, and that's why Active Directory is actually so convenient, because you can essentially click around and drag and drop and do a lot of these things in a user-friendly type of an environment. But the domain controller is the main server that runs the Active Directory services. So this would be the domain controller, and with the domain controller, you can connect your database server and your file server and your workstations and your desktops, as well as your users and everything else. And the domain controller would be connected to the main domain, which in this particular case would be tryhackme.com. So the main advantages of having a configured domain is the centralized identity management, meaning all of your users across the network can be configured from AD with a few clicks, and then managing security policies. So configuring the policies like password requirements or frequency of resetting of the passwords, or what happens if somebody logs in or has a failed login 2 or 3 times. And then there's a lot of different security policies and what they get access to, what they shouldn't get access to, so on and so forth. So all of those things are considered security policies, and those can be done by creating one major group policy or security policy and then just assigning that group policy to a series of computers or a series of locations or a series of users. And it makes it very easy to manage and configure those security policies from Active Directory. So the real world example would be, let's say you already, most likely you've actually been working at some kind of a job that you've gone through a Windows computer at some point. So it could even be in the school or university environment where you try to use the computers inside of the computer lab or inside of the library. So most likely, if you're inside of a school or university network, you're often going to be provided with a username and password that you can use on any of the computers. And the credentials are valid for all of the machines, because no matter where you input them, it's going to forward that authentication back to the Active Directory where it's sitting on the main server, on the main domain controller computer, and then your credentials are going to be checked. And the credentials don't need to be on each machine, because all of those machines are also connected to the domain controller and the computer, the main server. And so you can essentially log in on any of those computers in any classroom or any of the computer labs using your student email as well as the password that you've selected for yourself. And you can get access to the resources that are available to you as a student, as well as any file share or any kind of storage that may be assigned to you. It's the component, AD is the component that allows the school and the university to restrict you from accessing the control panel on the school university machines. And policies are usually what are used to deploy throughout the network so that you don't get admin privileges over the most sensitive computers, meaning the control panel or the domain controllers, so on and so forth. So in this particular example, and in everything that we're going to run through this room, is going to be associated with the THM incorporated entity. So we're going to assume the role of the IT admin at THM. Our first task, we've been asked to review the current domain, which is the thm.local domain, which is a very similar or a common syntax that is used to create domains. And essentially would be .local. So whatever the name is of the company or whatever the acronyms that you choose, typically .local would be the suffix, the end of it, that would imply that you're dealing with the domain itself. And then there's additional configurations that we're going to go through. We're going to have admin credentials over a pre-configured DC, or domain controller, to do these things. I've already launched the machine, so we're going to get into it in a little bit. If you wanted to use remote desktop, if you've connected to this room via OpenVPN and you want to just log in using your own computer, as long as you're connected to the VPN of THM, you can do this with this username and password, but I'm using the browser, so it's going to show everything to us inside of our browser. The THM/administrator would be the username if you are using RDP, and then of course you have the administrator user that you're going to get access to on the THM domain. Since we're going to be connecting to this, it's also a good time to actually start the attack box so that we can actually do this. And I'm going to actually use the attack box as well. The question that we have here is, in a Windows domain, credentials are stored in a centralized repository called Active Directory, and that was available through the contents of this particular task. So the next one is the server in charge of running the Active Directory is called the domain controller, and those are the only two questions that we have that we got from just the contents of this particular task. Now, if you actually don't have a paid membership with TryHackMe, you can get access to this room for free, and you can actually connect to the VPN with THM with TryHackMe for free. You don't need to have a paid subscription to get access to the virtual machine in this room, nor do you need a paid membership to be able to connect via VPN to launch your RDP session. So that is it for our actual virtual machines and the overall coverage of Windows domains. So now we're going to talk a little bit about Active Directory, and we're actually going to use this virtual machine that has been assigned to us, which is going to be our Active Directory Windows machine. The core of the Windows domain is the Active Directory Domain Service, which is also known as ADDS. This service acts as a catalog that holds the information of all of the objects that exist in the network. The objects could be users, they could be groups, they could be machines, printers, any kind of file share, or really anything else that would exist inside of Active Directory. So this is going to be some of the explanations here. So users are the most common object in Active Directory. They're one of the objects known as security principals, meaning that they can be authenticated by the domain and they can be assigned privileges over resources like files or printers. You could say the security principal is an object that can act upon resources in the network. They can be used to represent two types of entities. So users can represent two types of entities. You can have people, which are generally represented persons in the organization, like managers and tellers and so on and so forth. And then you have these services that can also be defined as users, like IIS or the MS SQL, Microsoft SQL. Every single service requires a user to run it, but service users are different from regular users because they're only going to have the privileges needed to run that specific service. So meaning service users only have the privileges to run that specific service, while people users, human users, will have the privileges to run multiple services, right? So you have different types of users, but essentially they fall under the user object inside of Active Directory. Then you have the machines. So this is another type of object inside of AD, and it's literally any computer, any printer, anything that's connected to the Active Directory domain. The machine object is going to be created for every single one of those machines. And they're also considered security principals and are assigned an account just as any other user. This has somewhat limited rights within the domain itself. So the machine accounts themselves are local admins on the assigned computer. They're generally not supported to be accessed by anyone except the computer itself. But as with any other account, if you have the password, you can use it to log in. So the machine is typically referred to as the system when you are logged into the computer itself. If you actually have the password to be the system user, meaning you have the admin privileges on that specific computer, and that's it. So you don't have admin privileges of the domain, you have admin privileges of that machine, of that system. And that's also known as the system user. So the security principle in this context is just that machine itself, just that computer itself. So machine account passwords are automatically rotated out and are generally comprised of 120 random characters. Identifying machine accounts is relatively easy. They follow a specific name scheme. So the machine account and the computer followed by $, for example, DC01 followed by the $. So if the machine itself is named DC01, the account on the machine is called DC01 $. And then it would have system privileges, or aka known as admin privileges on that specific machine. So if the machine is DC01 or the machine is machine1, then the machine account is going to be DC01 $, or machine1 $. Then we have security groups, which are again another set of objects that exist inside of the Active Directory domain service. So if you're familiar with Windows, you probably know that you can define user groups to assign access rights to files or other resources instead of a single user. This allows for better manageability, as you can add users to an existing group and they will automatically inherit all of the group's privileges. This is where the convenience of Active Directory really kicks in. So when you create a security group, and let's say there are for all of the tellers, right? In general, let's say the bank has thousands of tellers and then they keep hiring new tellers. So if a new teller comes in, the system administrator, the domain administrator, all they really have to do is once they've created the new user account for that teller, they literally just drag and drop the account that they've created inside of Active Directory. They'll drag it and they'll drop it inside of the teller security group. And by just dragging that user inside of that security group, that user now inherits all of the permissions of that specific group, all of the privileges of that group, but they're also limited to all of the limitations of that group, right? So if that specific teller group only has access to XYZ resources and they don't have access to ABC resources, then that new user, by getting dropped inside of that group, is going to only have access to XYZ and they won't have access to ABC. So it's very, very convenient. Once you've established your foundations and you have all your group permissions and so on and so forth, it becomes very easy to manage the users inside of Active Directory. Security groups are also considered to be security principals. Therefore, they have privileges over resources on the network. Groups have both users and machines that can be members to it. So you could have teller computers as well as manager computers, right? So if all of the computers on the teller line are only supposed to be limited to teller permissions, then you can just drag them essentially inside of that same group permission and security group, and it will only have those types of permissions, and you won't be able to do administrator type activities on a teller computer because it's limited to the privileges of a teller, which is another redundancy when it comes down to security configuration, so that you can make sure that a teller computer won't be able to do administrator activities. Several groups are created by default on a domain that can be used to grant specific privileges to users. As an example, these are some of the most common groups. So we have the domain administrator, which is the highest security group. These guys can do anything inside of the domain. They have admin privileges over the entire domain. So they can administer any computer, including any of the domain controller computers. They can administer any group, any user. They can essentially do anything. These guys have free reign over the entire domain. Then you have the server operator. So they can administer domain controllers, and they can't change the administrative group membership. So they can administer the DCs, the domain controllers, but they can't change any of the administrative group memberships. Then you have the backup operators that are allowed to access any file, ignoring the permission reserved for that file. They're used to perform backups of data on computers. And so if you already probably have figured out, this would be the highest. And as we go down this list, we're going to get lower and lower in privileges. So from backup operators, you have account operators, which can create or modify other accounts in the domain. Then you have the domain users. So these are all the existing user accounts inside of the domain. Then you have the domain computers, and you have the domain controllers themselves. So actually the domain controller will probably end up being right up here with the domain admin, because domain controllers are higher in the hierarchy than domain computers are or domain users are. But for the most part, this entire list drops in privilege as we go down the list until this very, very, very last piece right here, which is all the existing domain controllers inside of the domain. And the domain controllers are the servers that the domain administrators are mostly interacting with to create everything else inside of the domain. So we can be able to see the list of default security from Microsoft documentation by going to the actual Microsoft website and looking at the Active Directory security groups and so on and so forth. So this is all inside of the Microsoft Learn environment, and you can just search for Active Directory security groups on Google, or go to the Microsoft Learn website and search for Active Directory security groups, and you'll get a lot of great information. And essentially everything that we just talked about is available through the Microsoft documentation as well, except it's just limited to text, and you have to kind of learn how to sift and sort through all of this information to be able to get what you need. But anything that you would need is available through the Microsoft Learn website. So let us move on to the users and computers portion of Active Directory. Now, to configure users, groups, or machines in AD, we need to log in to the domain controller and run Active Directory users computers from the start menu. So you could actually search for this, and I'm going to start doing this on the actual machine that we have. Most likely we need to get all of the answers for this task by doing that. So when you do this, it's going to open up the hierarchy of users, computers, and groups that exist in the domain. They're organized in the organizational units, which are container objects that allow you to classify users and machines. They're mainly used to define sets of users, which with similar policy requirements or policing requirements. The people in the sales department, for example, are going to have a different set of policies applied to them than people in IT. Keep in mind that a user can only be a part of a single organizational unit at a time, so just keep that portion in mind. So if you want to give them higher privileges, you would give them access to the organizational unit that has the higher privileges. So looking on the machine, we can see that there's an OU called THM with 4 child OUs for IT management, marketing, and sales department. And it's very typical to see the OUs mimic the business structure, as it allows the efficient deploying baseline policies that apply to entire departments. And while this would be expected for most of the time, you can also define OUs arbitrarily. So if we right click on any of these, we can actually create a new OU under it called students, for example. So this is what it looks like, and I'll show you again, but this is exactly what it looks like when you go inside of the Active Directory users and computers. There is this pane on the left side that shows us THM local, which is our actual domain here. And then you can see that there's Active Directory users, and under Active Directory users, there's THM local, and this is this domain. We can actually create another domain, which would be, let's say, THM Canada, for example, and that would be a completely different set of organizational units and marketing departments and so on and so forth. And then once you have that secondary domain, now you're falling into the category of having a forest. And so I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but the way that this is designed, it's so easy to create a new domain inside of this environment, and then just right click on the domain and then add a new organizational unit, and then right click on the organizational unit and add another one, and so on and so forth. So it's so freaking easy and so convenient to interact with Active Directory. Like just look at this, the way that it's designed. And then of course, when you click on it on this pane right here, you have these same exact items, and then you can just double click on one of these, and it'll take you inside of IT. I'll show you all of this when we actually go. So if you open it, you can see all the users that are inside of it. So for example, they opened IT, and then we can see the users inside of IT, and you can see that there are other default containers. For example, the built-in, the computers, the domain controllers, users, managed service accounts, all of these things. And then we have security groups versus organizational units. So organizational units are applying policies to users and computers, which include the configurations that pertain to those entities. And a user can only be a member of a single OU at a time. Now, security groups are used to grant permissions over things, and a user can be a part of many security groups. So they can be in the management, or not even management, let's say they can be inside of the marketing organizational unit, but they could be a part of multiple security groups that grants them permissions to different assets or objects inside of the domain. So they would be only inside of one organizational unit, but they can be inside of multiple security groups. So organizational units apply policies to users and computers. Security groups grant permissions over resources and objects inside of the domain. So which group normally administrates all of the computers and resources? That was inside of the document text, or inside of the task text, which is the domain administrator. What would be the name of the machine account associated with a machine named Tom PC? And we know that all we need to do is just add a $sign at the end of it. So it would be Tom-PC $. That would be the machine account that's associated with the Tom PC machine. And then we have the company creating a new department for quality assurance. What type of organization or what type of container should we use to apply to all quality assurance users so that the policy can be consistently applied to all of them? And that would be the organizational unit. So it's the group that we're going to assign to all of the quality assurance users so that the policies can be applied to all of them. And remember that organizational units are used to assign policies, right? Security groups assign permissions, organizational units assign policies. So just to give you a quick demonstration of everything that we actually just read through, I have this machine that's open. I just clicked on the search bar or the search button at the bottom right here, and I just type in active, and then immediately I get the option for Active Directory users and computers. And so we're just going to open that up, and it will open up exactly what we just saw on our screenshots over here. So we have Active Directory users and computers. We can see that we have the THM local domain. Inside of the THM local, once I select it, I will see all of the options that are over here, and I can just open up THM, and it will show me all of the departments inside of THM. If I click on users, it'll show me all of the users that exist inside of this domain, and then it'll show us what type of person or what type of object they are. So the administrator is actually a user, the cert publishers is a security group, and so on and so forth. So if we click on THM one more time, we can see all of the departments that exist inside of the THM domain, or the THM organizational unit that's a part of this domain. And then inside of this, we have the management, which is Daniel is the only manager here. We have Claire, Mary, and Philip, which are our IT. We have marketing, and Mark would be in marketing. And then research and development is Bob. And then sales is Christine, Robert, Sophie, and Thomas. And then if I wanted to create another one, I could just right click on IT and then create a new organizational unit by just going over new, and then right here we can do organizational unit, and just for the hell of it we can create one called students as the name implied, and just click OK. And now we can see that under IT I now have a new organizational unit called students, and then I can drag Claire into students. And so it says moving objects can prevent your existing system from working. For example, moving it can affect the way that it's applied to the organizational unit. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm going to say, yeah, I do want to move Claire to students. Now, if I open up students, I can see that Claire is inside of students. And then I can just drag and drop Claire back inside of IT, and then click yes again. And then now we can go back to IT, and we can see Claire is back here. So it's that easy to assign new permissions or organizational units to users. You literally click and you drag the person and you drop them here, or I can drop him in management or marketing or any other department. And that's how simple and easy it is to assign a new organizational unit to somebody. And then I can just right click on students here, and I can delete the students organizational unit. And since there's nobody in there, you don't have sufficient privileges to leave delete students. Isn't that interesting? So it means that I did not open this as an administrator. So if I go back here and actually click on Active Directory and go right click on it and then run it as an administrator, now I can actually go ahead here and right click on students and then delete students, and I should be able to delete it. Oh, I still don't have privileges. That's interesting. So that's a big safeguard that has been applied to what we're doing over here. So that means that I cannot delete that organizational unit because of the safeguards that have been placed. It's interesting that I can create the organizational unit, but I can't delete the organizational unit. That's very, very interesting for me. So anyways, moving on to our next piece right here, which is the managing of the users inside of Active Directory. Our first task as the domain admin is to check the existing ADOUs and users and the recent changes that have happened to the business. So we've been given the organizational chart right here. We have Daniel, which is the GM. We have Mark, which is in marketing, Sophie and Thomas that are in sales, and Philip, Mary, and Claire are in IT. So if you remember, we actually had 3 people that were inside of, or maybe even 4 people that were inside of sales. So first and foremost, right here, literally it says deleting the users and everything is actually going to give us this error that we actually just got over here, that we don't have permission to do this. So by default, OUs are protected against accidental deletion. So to be able to delete it, we need to actually enable advanced features in the menu. So there we go. That's one of the reasons why I wasn't able to delete it. So once we do this, we're going to actually go into the container. So I'm actually going to do this right here because I really am now curious as to how to delete that stupid organizational unit that I just created. So I'm still going to open it with administrator privileges. So when you right click on it, you just run it as an admin, and I'll still open it as an administrator privilege. And I'm just going to click on view up here and then click on advanced features. And now I have advanced features that are open. So once I have advanced features that are open, it says there are going to be additional containers that enable you to disable accidental deletion. So to do this, right click on the OU and go to properties, and then you'll find a checkbox in the object to disable the protection. So I'm going to go to my THM, which was right here, and then click on sales, or where did I think I made it in sales, right? No, it wasn't in sales. Where was it? Where did we create that new OU? I thought we created, there we go, it's inside of IT. So right here, then we're going to click on the students, right click on this, and then go to properties. And then inside of properties, it says under object, I'm going to go here and then protect object from accidental deletion. I'm going to turn that off and I'm going to apply it and then go over there. And now I should be able to right click on this mofo and delete it, and it won't give me, there we go. So, okay, so by default, it is protected from deletion, but you can go into advanced settings, the advanced features here, and then right click on the object or any of these organizational units, and then go to the object tab and then protect object from accidental deletion, turn that off so that you can actually delete it. So that is how we were able to delete the item that we had. So once we did this, check the box and try deleting it again, and we'll be able to prompt that we want to do it, which is actually beautiful. And so now we'll notice that some of the departments the users don't match the ones in the organizational chart. Create and delete users as needed to match them. So as one of the nice things that we can do is to give specific users some control over the OUs. This process is known as delegation, and we can do that later. So first and foremost, let's actually match the organizational chart that we have here to what is going on inside of the domain itself. So inside of the management, we have Daniel, which is right here. Mark is going to be in marketing. There's only one person here. Sales is the only department that I know I have to delete some people. So there we go. So we have Sophie and Thomas that are the only people. And then I have IT, which has Claire, Mary, and Philip. So those are all going to be good. The only person that we're removing is sales, and then it seems that research and development has also been deleted. So I actually need to delete Bob in research and development, and I also need to delete research and development in total, and then I need to delete, who do I need to delete? Sophie and Thomas. So I need to delete Christine and Robert from sales. So we're going to right click on Christine. We're going to go to Christine's properties. We're going to go to the object. I wonder if this also applies to Christine. So there is no actual object for Christine, so I should be able to just delete Christine. So let's do that, and we can actually do that. And then we're going to delete also Robert. So that's what we're going to do here. Perfectly done. And now we need to go to research and development. We're going to delete Bob. Actually, I think I can even do this. I can click on Bob and I can click the delete button up here. And that's easy. That's like an easier way to do it. And then finally, I got to right click on research development. I got to go to the properties of research and development, go to the object tab right here, protect from accidental deletion, apply that. Okay. And now I can actually delete research and development. And just like that, we now match exactly the organizational chart that we have inside of our example over here. So perfect. Now we can move on to the delegation portion. So I can delegate control over this. And one of the most common uses is to grant IT support to privileges to reset other low privilege users' passwords. So this is actually something that managers, and I refer to the bank because I used to work at a bank for many years. So this is one of the easier ways that I can kind of bring all of these examples to life for myself. So the branch manager had the option to be able to reset the passwords of everybody inside of the branch in case we forgot our passwords or in case we were locked out. So according to the organizational chart, Philip is in charge of IT, so we'll probably want to delegate the control of resetting passwords over the sales, marketing, and management OUs to Philip. So we can delegate the control of the sales OU to Philip. To delegate this, you can right click on the OU and delegate control. So I can click on sales. So let's actually do that. We're going to right click on sales, and then we're going to go to the delegate control button right here. And then what we want to do is we want to go to the wizard that we have here. So we're going to right click next here or click next. And it says select the users and groups that we want to add permission to. So we're over here. Now this is very important. So once you actually enter the name of the person, you want to click check name so you can make sure that you actually have the right name of the person. So if I actually go over here and I'll just type in Philip, right? So we'll see if we can actually get anything, because there should be only one Philip inside of the entire organization. So there we go. We have Philip at THM local, and this is the guy that we want. So okay, and now he's the one that has the control. So we're going to go to next, and now we want to say what do we want to give him as the permission for him to be able to do. And then you can give him all of this information. So reset user passwords and password change at next logon. That would be the one big thing that we want to give. So let's see what the instructions over here tells us to do. And it says, yeah, reset user passwords and force password change at next logon. And that's pretty much it, right? So we can go ahead and do that. Now it says click next a couple of times. The Philip should be able to reset passwords for any user in the sales department. While you probably want to repeat the steps to delegate the password reset of the marketing and management, we'll leave it here for this task. You're free to continue to configure the rest of the OUs if you want to, which I guess I'll do, whatever. Now let's use Philip's account to try and reset Sophie's password. So these are Philip's credentials for us to log in via RDP, which we can do from the attack box real quick. Now when we connect to this, we need to use that, of course, to be able to log in. And this is what it looks like if you wanted to use Windows PowerShell as Philip to be able to reset the password for Sophie. And it'll tell you what the situation is and how we can do it. And now if you wanted to connect to RDP as Sophie, we'll see that we're going to get a notification to reset our password from the first logon. So first I'm just going to do this, and I'm just going to make sure that I finish this portion right here, since it's going to be over Sophie and the sales department. So we will minimize this, and now I'm going to open up my attack box here, and I'm going to log in as Philip. So that's the piece that we want to confirm that everything that we just did actually works the way that we want it to. So I'm going to open up my my terminal inside of my Ubuntu attack box here. And one of the, I would say probably the most useful or the most convenient that I have used, and it's very reliable, is Xfree RDP. And so Xfree RDP is just like that, Xfree RDP. And then what I believe that's what it is. So let's actually confirm that real quick before I go ahead and I give you some bad advice. So let me see. Okay, yes, it is actually Xfree RDP. And so Xfree RDP has a couple of arguments and parameters that we got to feed it. So the first one would be the U, which is in this case is going to be THM/Philip, from what I remember, right? THM/Philip. So that's the U. And then there's the P, which is going to be Philip's password, which is in this case Claire 2008. I think he loves Claire. What? Claire 2008 is going to be in password, and then V for, I guess, the I don't know, the visor, or I don't know. And so that is going to be the specific domain that we're going to log into, which is actually this computer right here. This is what we're going to be logging into in this particular case. So let's make sure that this is it. And just paste that bad boy over here, press enter, and it says X3RDP not found. So hold on, maybe I don't have it. I thought it was already installed. Maybe I'm using the wrong command here. That was one of the things that I was kind of not sure about. So let me just make sure I'm using the right command. I know that these are the parameters, but I think the tool itself that I'm referencing doesn't exist. So let me just confirm real quick. Yeah, so it is actually the proper tool reference. So I just got to make sure that we install it. So let me see if I actually can install this real quick. Okay, so there we go. That was our installation. So I'm just going to clear the screen, press up once, up another time, and then up another time, and one more. There we go. So let's try to do that. And now we should actually get, there we go. And there it is. So here it is. So the username or password is incorrect. Usually this is what happens, right? So it says to do the // thing, but then it always says that the username, the way that it was set up is incorrect, and then it just gives us what the proper username format is. So that part isn't really that big of a deal, because it will at least bring you to the screen where you can re-enter the password, because it's going to format the username for you. You see, I did it exactly what it says over here, right? So you're my witness right here. I did it exactly how it's supposed to be. So Claire, and then we're going to do 2008, and then just click on that to make sure that we have it right. There it is, and then log in. And now, username and password is incorrect. How is that even right, bro? I literally did it right. This is so annoying. Okay, so let's do this. We'll do // Philip. Let's do that. And let's see if that works. Okay, that's what it was. So we needed to, okay, you saw what I just did. Anyways, that one worked. Okay, perfect. So now we're actually here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use this series of PowerShell commandlets, is what we call them. So these things right here where it says set yada 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 or get yada yada yada, all of these things are called CMD-lets. I call them commandlets. And so this is the command that we're going to input inside of PowerShell. This specific one is a command window that has been turned into a PowerShell window. That's why we see the black and white. So I will do exactly what they did here, just to make sure that it works right. So first I'm going to type CMD in my search right here, and I will bring up command prompt, and I'm just going to do boom. Click on that, it'll open it up right here, and we can see users Philip da 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 da. So the way to turn this into a PowerShell is we just do PowerShell like that, press enter, and then now we see that we have the PS right here that matches exactly what we have over here. You have to be inside of a PowerShell instance to be able to do the set account password commandlet or anything of this sort. I can also just go here and immediately just go PowerShell and just open up Windows PowerShell, and it will open up exactly as PowerShell, as you can see right here. And in this way, I like PowerShell Windows by itself because it is a little bit more color coded. So for example, if I do the set AD account password, so let's type that in real quick. So we have set AD account password. I think it is actually color coded. It kind of looks like a little yellow thing over here. So maybe it is color coded. So let's do it over here. And if we do set AD account password, it's a little bit more noticeable inside of the PowerShell window. But for the most part, I think it's also, it is definitely color coded right there as well. So we'll just keep the original Windows CMD here. And so now I need to just type all of this stuff. So I'm going to type this real quick because let's see if it actually works with the copy paste. So I'll just copy this, and let's see if I can space right here and then do Control V. Okay, it did work. Perfect. Okay, so this is what we did. So we did set AD account password. Sophie is the user. Reset is the option. And we are doing a new password as well. So you're going to reset and you're going to assign a new password. And then it says read host. as a secure string, and the prompt is going to be new password. And as a secure string for this portion right here means that once you try to enter it, it won't be clear text onto the screen, and it will be hashed out, or it will be encrypted just in case somebody captures our traffic and they're reading, they're sniffing our traffic essentially, and they're seeing the commands that we're inputting. They should not be able to see what I'm actually inputting, right? It should be encrypted so that it's not clear text, so that they can't find out what Sophie's password is, right? So that's what this portion right here is actually doing. So it says read host as a secure string, and the prompt will be new password. And then verbose means that everything is just going to be displayed onto the screen as it's happening. Verbose output gives you a good output so that you can see what's going on. So right here, now I'm going to go over here, press enter, and let's press enter one more time to make sure that it's actually running. Okay, there we go. So password. And so I'm just going to do password with a capital P, enter, and then loading Active Directory, yada, yada, yada. The password does not meet the length, complexity, or history requirement of the domain. Okay, so I guess I can't use a weak ass password like that. So we'll run it one more time. New password. I will do strong password 123 exclamation, enter. Cool. Okay, so on target, the operation is fine. So that is fine. So I did strong password 123 exclamation. That is now the password for Sophie. So now what we can do is we can connect via RDP to Sophie and see what Sophie's situation is going to be like. So we set Sophie's password. I'm going to close this. Now you can see that I have this window right here, but it's still inside of my Ubuntu instance, because this window is actually just a window that's been created. Look at that in my background. You see that? That's the actual Linux Ubuntu machine that we use to do our RDP. So I'm just going to close this instance, and now my instance of the RDP has been closed here. So we're going to clear that out, and then we're going to do xfree RDP, and we're going to do the Sophie user, which is, again, it's just going to tell me that it's a wrong username, but whatever. And we will do the strong password 123 exclamation, and the V is going to be the domain IP that we have at the top of the screen right here. And hopefully we will, I mean, it's still going to tell me that I have the wrong user because the format is not what it wants it to be, but we'll be able to make that adjustment real quick once the window pops up. So there we go, boom. And then so I'm just going to do this real quick. There we go. And we're now logged in as Sophie. And there should be a message that's going to pop up that says I need to reset my password, though. That's the piece that is not happening. It should actually ask me, oh, I think it popped up, but something happened. But yeah, so there you go. Oh, you know what? Since we don't want Sophie to keep using the password, then we know we can also force a password to reset at the next logon. And I didn't do this part. I missed this part. Okay, gosh. Okay, fine. What was the flag found on Sophie's desktop? This is the flag that's been found on Sophie's desktop. So there we go. Thank you for contacting support. I forgot to run this command. But essentially, when you're still logged in as Philip and you're inside of the PowerShell command, you would run this command after you ran this command to force Sophie to change her password at logon. That's why I didn't get that notification to change my password. So if you literally just type this in letter by letter, press enter, it's just going to say that the operation has been set so that the next time that Sophie logs on, then you would be able to reset the password. So in case that didn't happen for you, and hopefully you didn't like go exactly as I did, and you still have the opportunity to force the reset, but in case you didn't, or in case you want to run it again, you can just log back out or re-log in as Philip. I'm not going to do it in the interest of time, but you can just re-log in as Philip and then go into PowerShell and set a new password, and then go ahead and run this command to force Sophie to change her password at the next logon, and that's what's going to happen. Now, the next question is the process of granting privileges to a user over OU or AD object is called delegation, and that is it, and that's all we got for managing users in Active Directory. So let's go into managing computers in Active Directory. By default, all the machines that join a domain instead or except for the domain controller are going to be put in the container called computers. So if we check the domain controller, we'll see that we have some computers already. And as you can see by the names that have been assigned to them, they belong to the various users, except for these last few right here, which are our servers. And so we have the server DB01, which will probably be a database, and then DB02, which is another database, and then you have the web, which would probably be our web server. Now we can see the servers and the laptops corresponding to the users, and then there's the fact that not all of these things, or it's not the best idea to actually have all of these people or all of these computers in the same location. So you want different policies to be able to manage the server, for example, and the machines that run regular users on a daily basis. You want different policies to govern those various computers. So there's no golden rule on how to do this. The excellent starting point in this case would be according to their use. So you want to have a policy for workstations, and you want to have something for servers, and you want to have something for domain controllers, so on and so forth. So since we want to tidy up this whole thing, we're going to create two separate OUs for workstations and servers, and that will be under the users. And then from here, we can drag and drop computers in there. So domain controller is already an OU that's created by Windows, and we can see that right here under the domain controller. So we're going to be creating directly everything under THM local, and in the end we should have something that looks just like this. Now we're going to move the personal computers to the workstations to the server OUs from the computer container. Doing so will allow us to configure policies for each of the organizational units later. So since we have this, I'm just going to close my instance that's inside of my attack box here, and I'm going to go back into the Active Directory computer that we have over here, and we're going to reopen our Active Directory users and computers, and then we're now going to create. And so what we need to do is I need to get out of advanced features and just go back into my regular view here, and under users I'm going to create a couple of new organizational units. So we're going to create one that is called the computer. So where's my OU? Let's zoom in a little bit here. Actually, so it won't be directly under users yet. So when you right click on users, it won't allow you to create an organizational unit directly. So what you're going to do is you're going to right click on THM local first, then you're going to do new, and then you're going to do organizational unit. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create this one, which is going to be workstations, and then the other one is going to be servers. So I'll do another one here, and we're going to create another one called servers, and then we're going to be able to drag and drop them under the users portion right here. So we see this, we're going to drag that and put it over there, and it says it's fine. I don't want to show this warning again. So there we go. We can't move it because access is denied. So we're going to go back into advanced features real quick, and then we're going to move this guy under the users, and it's still access denied. So let's see what we need to do in this particular case. Or you know what? My apologies. I thought it was actually under users, but it's not. It's separate from users. So it's actually fine. It looks exactly the way that it's supposed to. And I was trying to do something that we're not even being instructed to do. And I guess it's not even possible to do it because it belongs to THM local. I mean, it's probably possible to do it, but it's beyond the scope of this particular room and this particular task. So I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole and try to do something that isn't part of the instructions, because I always get caught up and I always digress and go into all these different freaking adjacent tasks and what do we call them, side missions or something like that. So we'll be creating them under the THM local domain controller. In the end, we have the structure that looks just like this. And now we're going to move the personal computers and laptops to the workstations, and then the servers to the servers from the computers container. So this is how easy that is. We're going to go inside of the computers container, and we have all of these guys, and I'm just going to do this like this, right? I'm just going to click on Philip, hold down Shift, click on PC Mary, and it's going to take all these guys. So these are the laptops and these are the PCs. We're going to drag them, and it's going to go under workstations, and just like that. Look how easy that was. And we're going to click on this, then we're going to Shift, click on that. Now we have all of these servers, and then they're going to go inside of the servers container. And now inside of the servers container, I have these. Inside of workstations, I have these. I did my job. That was so easy. How freaking easy was that? That's pretty crazy, right? So here are our questions. After organizing the available computers, how many ended up in the workstations OU? I guess it's 7. So if we have workstations, we go here, we click. hold shift, click, and then we go all the way here. Does it show me how many are selected? It doesn't show me how many are selected, I guess. So I would need to actually count them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. Okay, so 5 or 7. What am I saying? Is it recommendable to create separate OUs for servers and workstations? Yeah, that's probably a good way to approach the situation. So that's all we got for managing computers in Active Directory. So now let's create some group policies to further manage and configure these things. All right, so far we've organized the users and computers in our organizational units just for the hell of it, but the main idea behind this is to be able to deploy different policies and permissions and so on and so forth. So the way that we would do this is through the group policy objects, which is a separate entity than the Active Directory users and computers. So we would actually go through the group policy management application, and you open that up, and that's what it looks like. It's kind of similar to the structure of the Active Directory users managers. But of course, obviously, as you can see, it has a variety of different options, and it's a little bit more in depth to what you can do. But overall, it's kind of the same thing, right? You have the two different panes, you have the left side and you have the center. And then once you create something, you can drag and drop it to various locations inside of the domain. So first we have the GPOs that are created, and you would do that under the group policy objects over here. And you can create new ones by right-clicking group policy objects, new group policy, so on and so forth. And then you can link them to the organizational units by going to the individual organizational unit and dragging and dropping that group policy for that OU. So for example, in this case, the default domain controller was dragged and dropped inside of the domain controller organizational unit, and now that group policy has been attached to that organizational unit. So it's fairly intuitive. Once you do this a few times, you get the hang of it, and it's just so easy to do. So we can see the image above that 3 GPOs were created. There was the default domain policy, there was the RDP, remote desktop policy, and then the default domain controller policy as well. And something important to have in mind is that the GPO will apply to the linked OU and any sub OU under it. So for example, the sales OU will still be affected by the default domain policy, because the default domain policy applies to everything inside of the domain, right? So you have the THM local right here, which is our actual domain. The default domain policy will apply to the THM local domain, it'll apply to the domain controllers, it'll apply to the THM organizational unit and every single organizational unit under it, as well as every object that is inside of all of these OUs. So it's hierarchical, right? So if it's at the very, very top level of the domain, it's going to trickle down and it's going to apply to every other entity that is inside of the domain. So the default domain policy, we can look inside of it and see what's inside of it in this case. And so you have the scope, which is basically the how many different devices that it would apply to, essentially, right? This is where the GPO is linked in AD. For the current policy, we can see that it's only been attached to the THM local domain, but by being attached to the THM local domain, it also applies to every single other entity that is inside of it. And then there's the security filtering and everything else that goes with it as well. So security filtering, they're only applied to specific users and computers under an OU. By default, it'll apply to all of the authenticated users groups, which is what we see over here, which includes all of the users and the PCs. And the settings tab includes the actual contents of the policy. And we can see what configurations also apply to it. Each GPO has configurations that apply to the computers only and the configurations that apply to users only. So in this case, the default domain policy only contains computer configurations, right? So there's nothing for user configurations. So that's how you specify what the policy actually manages and what it actually configures. And in this particular example, it only has the computer configurations, nothing for users. So we can click around and do a bunch of other things. So I do recommend that you actually take the time to do this. For the sake of time, in the interest of time, I'm actually going to only go through the instructions that have been given to us for the lab so that we can configure some new policies that will apply to the users and everything else that would be required to get the answers that we need. But I really do recommend that you actually click around, and I'll do a little bit of browsing just to kind of help you get along that path. So If we explore the GPO and expand all the available items using the show links, we can see this is what it looks like. So the default domain indicates really basic configurations that would apply to most domains, including password and account lockout. So if you go to computer configuration, policy, Windows settings, security settings, account policies, and passwords, then you'll see the account policies and password policies. And then you can see account policy and account lockout and all of those. So again, it's hierarchical, right? So computer configuration, policies, Windows, security, account policies, and then you have the password policy and account lockout, which are all under account policies. Since this applies to the whole domain, any change that it would take upon it, it would also affect all of the computers. So if we change the minimum password length policy to require that people have 10, it'll apply this to all of the computers, right? So to do this, you would right click on it and click edit. So on the default domain, you would right click on that and click edit, and then it'll open up a new thing which allows you to make the actual modifications. And these are all of the different connections to the account policies for that group policy. And so it says enforce password hierarchy. So under this, right? So when you actually open up the group policy manager for that group policy, it'll open it up, and you have under the domain the account policies, and then you have the password, and then you have local policies, event logs, and a variety of other things as well that can be configured inside of this particular group policy. So in this particular case, if we go to the password policy under account policies, we can see that we have all of these options. The maximum password age would be 42 days, meaning after 42 days, they have to reset their password. Minimum password age means 1 day, meaning at any point they can choose to reset their password as long as it's a day old, essentially, which would be at any time. Enforcing the password history, so 24 passwords remembered, so you can't use any of your last 24 passwords. And then you have the minimum password length, which is not defined. So the audit of the password length is not defined. The password length itself is 10 characters. Password must meet complexity requirements, which is enabled, which is usually you need to include at least one letter, capital and lowercase, as well as a number and a special character. And then store passwords using reversible encryption, and that is disabled because you do not want the encryption of the password to be reversed. You don't want the encryption to be decrypted. So that's very, very important. So that should be disabled. That's a big security vulnerability if you don't disable that. So plenty of policies can be established. While explaining every one of them would be impossible, so we can just explore, right? So if you click on any of them, you can just go to explain, and it'll explain what that specific policy does. So for example, enforce the password history, meaning that you can essentially set the number of unique new passwords that have been associated, and then they're stored. So in this case, it could be 0 to 24, and what they have is the maximum, which is 24 passwords that are remembered. So it'll remember your last 24 passwords, right? And then from there, you can move on and create some other ones. So the 24th password, once you get to password 25, you can go back and reuse that very, very first one. So GPO distribution are the GPOs, the group policies, are distributed to the network via a network share called the sysvol, system volume, which is stored in the DC. All users in a domain should typically have access to the share over the network to sync their GPOs periodically. The sysvol share points by default to the Windows sysvol directory on each of the DCs in the network. Once a change has been made to any GPO, it'll take up to 2 hours, or it might take up to 2 hours for computers to catch up. If you want to force any particular computer to sync the GPO immediately, you can do GP update, group policy update, and then /force, and it will force everything to update immediately instead of waiting for it to do 2 hours. So if it is a very security related issue, then you would want to force it so that everything updates immediately. Creating some type of GPO for the THM Incorporated is what we're going to end up doing. So we've been tasked with implementing some GPOs to allow us to actually do those things. So we're going to block non-IT users from accessing the control panel, and then we're going to make workstations and servers lock their screen automatically after 5 minutes of user inactivity to avoid people leaving the sessions exposed. So let's focus on each of these and define what policies we should enable in each GPO and where they would be linked. So First, restricting access to the control panel. So first and foremost, let me actually open up the group policy manager so that we can actually do the things that we need to do here. So group policy, there we go. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to open it up as an admin just because I want to have some extra things here. And so there we go. We have the group policy manager here. So there we go. It looks very similar to the Active Directory manager, as you can see. So the first one is restrict access to the control panel. So what we want to do is we want to first and foremost, we want to create something called restrict access to control panel and open it for editing. Since we want this GPO to apply to specific users, we're going to look under the user configuration for the following policy. So I'm going to just kind of go right here. Under the group policy, we can see that we have these right here. And I'm going to right click on this and I'm going to click new to actually create a new policy. And so I'm going to call this restrict control, oh my gosh, control panel access. There we go. Boom. So we have that. Now there it is. Restrict control panel access is now my policy. So now I want to open it up for configuration. So I'll just double click on that and it's not going to open. So I'm going to do this and I'm going to click edit. So right click and edit. So double click does not work. So right click and edit, and we are now inside of our new policy. And so what we want to do is we want to do it under user configuration, and we want to go into what we can see here, user configuration policies, administrative templates, control panel. So we're going to go here, user configuration, policies, administrative templates, and then control panel. And that's what we got here. So now it says, what do we want? We want to prohibit access to the control panel and the PC settings. And in my case, it says that it has not been configured, right? So prohibit access to the control panel and PC settings has not been configured. So I'm going to open that. That actually worked with a double click. And now I'm going to enable this. And then let's see. So now we have this. We're going to enable it. And I guess that's it, right? So it didn't say anything else. There's no other instructions that we have over here. We just want to make sure that it's been enabled. And then we can move on and link it to all of the OUs that correspond to the users who should not have access to the control panel of the PCs. In this case, we're going to link marketing, management, and sales by dragging the GPO to each one of them. How freaking easy is that? Okay, so I've enabled it. It's all good. So we're going to click on OK. And now it's enabled that we can see over here. Perfect. So now I can go and drag this particular group policy so we can actually close this bad boy out. And now we have this right here. And we can see that there's an authenticated user portion of it that we need to do. So we're going to drag and drop this to the individual departments. So we need marketing, management, and sales. Restrict control panel access. Drag it, management. Cool. Yes. Drag it to marketing. Cool. Yes. And drag it to sales. Cool. Yes. So now I click on this, open it, and we have restrict control panel access, restrict, and restrict. So that worked, and that's as easy as it actually, how crazy is it that it's so easy to essentially administer a domain? That's basically what it's like to administer a domain inside of the Microsoft environment, which is why Microsoft is as popular as it is, because that was freaking easy. Like, you really gotta honestly admit, like, if you spend 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour inside of the group policy manager and just click around to all the different options that can be done here, it's insane how easy it is to be. Okay, so let's actually go do another one. So auto lock the screen. So now we're going to do another one. So the GPO regarding screen locking for workstations, we could directly apply it over the workstation servers and domain controllers that we created previously. So while the solution should work, an alternative consists of simply applying the GPO to the root domain, as we want the GPO to affect all of the computers. Since workstation and servers that are all children of the root domain, they will inherit the policy. So that would be the easiest way to do it. So you might notice that if the GPO is applied to the root domain, it will also be inherited, but all the other OUs like sales and marketing, since these OUs are users only, any computer configuration will be ignored by them. Let's create a new GPO and call it the auto lock screen. So here we go. Boom, boom, new. And then we're going to call it the auto lock screen. Boom. And then we're going to go in this motherfucker. Excuse my French. edit it, and we are now here. So now we are going to go under Windows settings, which is going to be under, so let me see, configure policies. So it's going to be under policies. It's going to be under Windows settings. And under Windows settings, we're going to go to security settings. And under security settings, we're going to go to local policies. And then we're going to go into security options. And there we go. These are all the ones. So now what we want is the auto lock option, which is going to be interactive logon, machine inactivity limit. So we're going to go down to I right here, interactive logon. So now notice this, right? So this is all under security. And if you're studying cybersecurity, which all of you are, because this channel is all about cybersecurity, then these all apply to you. So administrator account access. So the administrator account access, define the policy, explain what it means. So this security setting determines whether the local administrator account is enabled or disabled. If you try to re-enable the administrator account after it has been disabled, and if the current administrator password does not meet the complexity requirements, then you cannot re-enable the account. So the administrator password has actually, it has to meet the password requirements, otherwise it cannot be enabled. The alternative member of the administrator group must reset the password on the administrator account. For information, learn how to you can go to that. You have another one here, rename the guest account would be another thing. Audit, so audit the access of global system objects. Devices, allow undock without having to log on. Prevent users from installing printer drivers. I mean, these are all security, because printer drivers could technically have malicious malware or some kind of a Trojan or a worm installed on them, and the user may not know what the hell they're doing. So if they download the incorrect driver, they would now be putting the entire network at risk. And domain members, you have domain controller security settings, you have the interactive logon, don't display the last signed in, do not require Control-Alt-Delete to lock the system. So a lot of cases, Control-Alt-Delete will actually be the option that people use to lock their system. Machine inactivity limit, which is what we're going to end up doing, and a variety of other options. So there's so many stuff, and you should click through these. I would highly, highly encourage you to click through them. So interactive logon, machine inactivity limit is the one that we're going to set. I'm just going to double click on that. It's going to open it up. Define this policy setting. It works in seconds. So locking it after 300 seconds, so 300 divided by 60 would be 5. So that would be 5 minutes. And so boom, and now we have 300 seconds. And that is our group policy. And that's pretty much it. I'm just going to close this out. And now I have the auto lock on screen, or auto lock screen. And now I can literally just do this, drag this and apply it to the domain. And now it will apply to every single entity inside of the domain, which means the domain controller, the server, all of the groups that are inside of the THM subdirectory here, the management group, marketing, sales, the workstations that apply to them. It applies to everything and everyone because it is applied directly to the domain. So now we've set it to 5 minutes, and we already did that. And now we can go, and I dragged it over here, so that's all good as well. And so if I clicked on the auto lock screen, it'll bring my options over here. If I click on authenticated users, let's see, or actually not here, settings, excuse me. We'll go to settings, and then we can see what it actually applies to. And so it has the general settings and the links and security filtering. So if I click on security filtering, the authenticated users, the delegation, there is a delegation to every single entity, it seems to be, and the policies themselves. So if we go into the policies, so let me hide this so I actually have some space here. And then we're going to look at the policy. So show the policy, Windows settings, security settings, show the security settings, local policy security options, show that, other, show that, interactive logon, machine inactivity limit, and that is the settings for the auto logon screen. So that was found under the settings button for the auto lock screen for our group policy. So you can see how simply this can be set up and how convenient it can be and how effective it can be, because now it applies to everything inside of the domain. So once the GPO has been applied to the correct OU, we can log in as any user in either marketing, sales, or management for verification. For this task, let's connect using Mark's credentials to see if we can actually go to the control panel, right? Because that's what we want to verify. If we try opening the control panel, we should get a message saying that it's been denied by the administrator. You can also wait 5 minutes to check if the screen is automatically locked. That I'm not going to do, again, for the interest of time. But I'm definitely going to check out whether or not Mark can actually access the control panel because he's in marketing. So let's go back to our attack box here, and we're now going to log in as Mark in marketing, and he actually has a nice complex password, so I actually like that password a lot. So we're going to go open up our terminal one more time, and we're going to do xfreeRDP. The user is going to be THM\mark, although it doesn't matter because it's going to just ask me to reset the freaking user, or not reset the user, but like rededicate, reconfigure. What's the word? Reconfigure the user? Re-enter the user. There you go. That's a good word. And then -v, which is going to be our actual machine itself, which is boom right here. Copy that. Paste that, press enter. This is not the right username or password. Okay, fine. So let me actually do the right username or password, which is THM\mark. Oops, I didn't use the password. Duh. Boom, boom, boom. Where's his password? The password is right here. All right, cool. I have now been logged in as Mark. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to this little portion right here, and I have the control panel right there. Click on the control panel. This operation has been canceled due to restrictions in effect on this computer. Please contact the system administrator. So Mark cannot access the control panel. Boom. Okay, excellent. Boom, boom, boom. So what is the name of the network share used to distribute GPOs to the domain machines? That is the sysvol, and we can force that by doing gp update /force. Can a GPO be used to apply settings to users and computers? And that is a yay. That is an absolute yes. You can use a GPO to apply settings to both the computers as well as the users inside of the domain. So we can now move on to the next portion, which is the authentication methods. So let's talk about that. When you use Windows domains, all the credentials are stored inside the DC, the domain controller. Whenever a user tries to authenticate to a service using the domain credentials, the service will ask the domain controller to verify them. The two protocols that can be used for this is the Kerberos protocol as well as the NetNTLM protocol. Now, Kerberos is the most recent version of this, and if you've tried to apply to any SysAdmin job or anything that is inside of security, usually you will see Kerberos being mentioned as one of the requirements for your skill set, because it's the default protocol for authentication. So if you're going to be a system administrator that is going to provision users or you're going to manage users, you need to be familiar with Kerberos. You don't need to know all of the finer details and everything that goes on under the hood, but you do need to understand that it is the most recent protocol that helps to verify the authentication, essentially meaning if the username and password that the person is using to log in, if that is correct. This is the most recent version of that protocol. The legacy version, the legacy authentication protocol for compatibility that is kept inside of all Windows machines as well as essentially all of Windows environments, is the NetNTLM. And the NTLM hashes are going to be something that you'll probably run across when you go into pen testing and ethical hacking and things like that. So NTLM should be considered obsolete, and it is technically considered obsolete, but most of the networks will still have both of the protocols enabled. So what we need to do is we need to understand both of them. Kerberos is the default authentication, and users who log in using Kerberos will be assigned tickets, okay? So there's the ticket granting ticket, and then there's the ticket granting service. So I'll talk about that in a little bit. So think of tickets as a proof of a previous authentication. Users with tickets can present them to a service to demonstrate that they've already authenticated themselves, so they don't have to keep re-entering their password, right? So when it's used for authentication, when Kerberos is used for authentication, this is what happens. First and foremost, you log in, okay? So you send in your username and a timestamp encrypted using a key derived from the password to the key distribution center. And this service is installed on the domain controller that's in charge of creating tickets, okay? So you send your username and a timestamp, and then you typically would have to you need to also authenticate yourself at least once in order for this to work. So you do this. Once you do this, the username and the timestamp will be sent to the KDC, the distribution center on the key distribution center on the domain controller. The timestamp is important because usually these tickets are only valid for a certain period of time. So if you have not logged in for 24 hours, for example, you will probably need to re-authenticate yourself, and then it will generate a new ticket for you, meaning that the old ticket or the key that will be generated is going to be no longer valid. So if somebody captured that key or captured that ticket, they will no longer be able to use it because the timestamp on it has expired. So that's why the timestamp is important. And of course, the username attaches that specific key and that ticket to you specifically as the user. So first, you send your username and a timestamp will be attached to it, and that's going to be sent to the KDC, and then that's housed on the domain controller. Now, the KDC is going to send back a ticket that grants another ticket. That's what that means. A ticket granting ticket is a ticket that will grant you another ticket, which will allow you to request additional tickets accessing privileges. So the first ticket will grant you other tickets that will allow you to access specific services. The need for a ticket to get more tickets may sound a bit weird, but it allows you to request specific services without actually reusing your password and re-authenticating yourself. So the first ticket will allow you to get more tickets, okay? If you repeat this enough times, the word ticket will just lose all of its meaning. So the first one is a ticket that will grant you more tickets. Now, these tickets are going to be used to grant you access to services, okay? So where are we? So along with the TGT, a session key is given to the users, which will be used to generate the following requests to get you more tickets, okay? The TGT, the ticket granting ticket, is encrypted using the Kerberos TGT account's password hash, and therefore the user can't access the content. It's essential to know that the encrypted TGT includes a copy of the session key as a part of its contents, and the KDC has no need to store the session key as it can recover a copy by decrypting the TGT if it needed. So the user does not get access to this. The user doesn't see this because as far as all intensive purposes, it's irrelevant to the user. They just need the access to the services that they need. So the user can't access the content. It's not relevant to them. And the encrypted TGT includes a copy of the session key as a part of its content. And the KDC doesn't store the session key because it can recover it by simply decrypting the original TGT, because the password hash of the TGT is inside of the KRB TGT, the Kerberos ticket granting ticket system. So this is what the visual essentially looks like. The client, which is you send your username and timestamp, and you request your first ticket that grants you more tickets. The domain controller will take that hash value, it'll attach it to that, as well as your user hash that you originally provided, and you will get these two that will be as a response to the ticket that you got. So first you request the TGT, then you get this encrypted TGT as well as your session key that will be sent back to you. And for that session, for that login, for that day specifically, most likely, you're going to have access to this ticket granting ticket as well as whatever services you are allowed to use. Now, here's where the services come in. So when you actually want to connect to a service like a network share or a website or a database or Office 365 or whatever, the TGT, your first ticket that will grant you more tickets, it'll ask the key distribution center for a ticket that will grant you service access. So the TGT will give you a TGS. TGSs are allowing connection to only the specific services that they're created for. So Office 365, for example, will have a TGS. Microsoft SQL will have a TGS or a network share or a website or a database. It'll have each individual one to have its own TGS. And then you'll send the username and a timestamp encrypted using the session key along with the TGT and the service principal name, so on and so forth, which indicate the service and the server name that we want to access. So TGS will you need to get a username and a timestamp encrypted using the session key along with your original TGT so that you can actually get a service principal name, which will give you that TGS. KDC will then send you the TGS along with the service session key, which will be used to authenticate the service, and then it's encrypted using a key derived from the owner hash, And then the session owner is the user machine account that the service runs under. The TGS contains a copy of the service session key on its encrypted contents, yada. So it sounds complicated, but this is probably the easiest way to do it. So first, you sent your username and a timestamp. The key distribution center got you a hash value from the Kerberos TGT service, and it got the user hash value, and those two were used to create your ticket granting ticket. And then you got a session key. So you got these two things from your first interaction, from your first transaction with the KDC. You got these two things. Then you use those two things, your TGT and your session key. You use those two things to request access to a service. So again, the username goes with it, timestamp goes with it because it will expire. That's what the timestamp is for. And then of course the username gives you specifically the access. And then it uses the TGT, and it will actually use the service name that you want. So in this case, it's the Microsoft SQL server, right? So the SPN in our case was the server or the service principal name. That's what we're trying to get access to, right? So we want a ticket granting service. We want a ticket that grants us service to the Microsoft SQL service. This is our TGT to verify that we actually can access this or can request this, and our username and the timestamp so that we have a limited amount of time that we can access that. We send that to the KDC again, and then there's another hash value as well as the services hash value that will now be assigned to our ticket that grants us access to that service along with the session key for that service, and now we can actually access that service. So this is the most secure way that we can access services using the Kerberos authentication protocol. And finally, you will actually use your service session key as well as the ticket that grants you service access, as well as your username, as well as the timestamp, and you actually get access to that service. And now you can use Office 365, or in this particular case, Microsoft SQL, right? So that's the process. First, you get a ticket that grants you a ticket or grants you permission to get more tickets. So you get your first permission. Then you use that first ticket to get you a ticket that grants you access to a given service, in this case, Microsoft SQL. And then once you've gotten your ticket granting service, I'm like losing my mind. There's so many acronyms. So you use your ticket that grants you more tickets to get a ticket that grants you service. And then you use the ticket that grants you the service to actually get access to the service. It's kind of simple once you wrap your head around it. So hopefully that actually made sense. And then we have the old school version of this whole thing, which is the net NTLM authentication. And this is a challenge response mechanism. So this has nothing to do with tickets. So you don't have to worry about tickets and saying the word ticket over and over and over again. So this is the whole process. So at the very, very beginning, there's the hash value and a challenge. And the challenge is typically the password. And then so you have your username and your password. And then you send that as your authentication. And then the server, this is where the challenge comes in. And the challenge is, okay, well, what's your password? And then you submit your password, and it's like, okay, so now I'm going to send the challenge, which was what's your password, as well as the response, which is the actual password itself. I'm going to send that challenge and a response to the domain controller. The domain controller is going to verify all of it. And if the verification is right, if you actually got the password correct, then you will get access. So you will get an allow message that will go to the server, and then the server will forward that allow message to the client, which is you. If the password was not correct, so if the answer to the challenge was not correct, then you will get a deny message that will be passed from the domain controller to the server, and then the server will submit that deny message to you as the client, and now you are denied a access. So here's the breakdown. Client sends an authentication to the server that they want to access. Server generates a random number and sends it as a challenge to the client. Client combines the NTLM password hash with the challenge and any other data to generate a response to the challenge. And then the server forwards the challenge and the response to the domain controller. The domain controller uses the challenge to recalculate the response and compares it to the original response by the client. If they both match, the client is authenticated. Otherwise, the access is denied. Server forwards that message to the result to the client, and you get access or you get denied. The password's hash for the user is never transmitted to the network for security. It's just a part of that original hash and the challenge so that you can generate the response and submit that to see if all of that stuff actually matches. So the described process applies when using a domain account. If the local account is used, the server can verify the response to the challenge without actually requiring interaction with the domain controller, since it has the password hash locally on the SAM, on the SAM. So this is actually trying to access a domain account or a domain controller. If you're just using a local account, which is on the local server, it won't do this specific process to actually try to connect and communicate with the domain controller. So will a current version of Windows use NetNTLM as a preferred authentication? That would be no, because it's going to use Kerberos, so nay. When referring to Kerberos, what type of ticket allows us to request further tickets, known as the tickets that grant service? And so it would be a ticket that grants you more tickets. So a ticket that grants tickets is a ticket granting ticket. Now, when using NetNTLM, is a user's password transmitted over the network at any point? The answer to that would be a nay. That is a no. It is not transferred. So the client sends a request to authenticate. Server sends a random number and sends it as a challenge to the client. The client combines their password hash with the challenge and any other data to generate a response to the challenge and sends it back to the server. Server forwards the challenge and the response to the domain, and then the domain controller uses that to calculate whether or not they have access. The actual password hash is never transmitted. It's used in this specific interaction to verify that this person has permission to even respond to the challenge, right? So you generate the password hash so that you can actually authenticate yourself as a user that even belongs in this environment, so that you can respond to the challenge, and then whether or not you actually have the right response to the challenge, that will allow you to get access to the service on the server and the domain controller. So that's it for authentication methods. Let's actually cover this very last piece, which is under trees, forests, and trusts. Everything that we've discussed so far has to do with a single domain and the role of the domain controller that plays back with that single domain, and how it actually joins the computers, the servers, and users inside of that single domain. So this is a recap right here. You have the domain, and you have the DC root, which would be the domain controller, and then you have the THM local, which is the overall domain, and then inside of this you have the computers and the servers and the users, so on and so forth. This is one domain. Now when the company grows, the network grows, meaning that the company may have new locations, right? It may have new countries that they go into, new states that they go into, and each state. So for example, going back to our banking example, really big banks like Bank of America have branches in every single state. And then they also have branches in each of the counties in that state. So I wouldn't be surprised if each freaking county had its own overall domain. And honestly, not even that. It's probably each branch has maybe a county. It depends on how many employees they have. They have like thousands of employees. So it's like each branch probably has its own domain, and then inside of the well, no, I would say yeah, each county. It's each county probably has its own domain, and then inside of that county, you have each branch that has an organizational unit, and then inside of the branch, there are other organizational units for the various roles, and then the permissions that are assigned to each one of those roles. So that seems more practical to me. But so you have all of these domains, right? So if each state has multiple domains for each one of the counties, that means that each state overall is probably one giant tree, right? So, and then the overall concept is that the forest includes all of the trees for that company. So each state has a tree that has a bunch of domains in it, and then each country that Bank of America is in is one forest, so to speak. And then based on the regulatory compliance of that country, each forest has its own group policies and its own laws that govern it, and it would be separate from each other country, because for the most part, even though Canada and the United States and Europe and South Africa or whatever, even though all of these countries essentially have similar rules. Like you can't rob somebody's account, for example. That probably applies to every bank across the world, but there is individual jurisdiction laws that would apply to each country, and so each forest would have to have its own overall rules that govern it, right? So if you look at the company expanding to a new country, the new country has different laws and regulations that require you to update the GFOs to comply. In addition, you also have IT people in both countries, and each team needs to manage the resources that correspond to each country without interfering with the other team. You can create a complex OU structure and use delegations to achieve this. Having a huge Active Directory structure is going to be very hard to manage, especially when you get into countries. Like if you're big enough to be in multiple countries, it's going to be too much to be inside of one single domain and have a bunch of organizational units. So Active Directory supports integrating multiple domains so that you can partition your network into units that can be managed independently. And if you have two domains that share the same namespace, for example, THM local, the domains can be joined into a tree. So if you have THM local domain split into two subdomains for the UK and US branches, you would have uk.thm local and then us.thm local. You could build a tree now with the root domain of THM local and two subdomains called UK da da da. Each one of them have their own ADs, they have their own computers, they have their own domain controllers, so on and so forth. So this is the domain controller overall, THM local, but now there's the UK location and then there's the US location. And all of this is now a tree. Look at how beautiful that looks. So this structure gives us better control over who can access what in the domain. The IT people from the UK will have their own DC that manages the UK. For example, a UK user would not be able to manage the US user. In that way, the domain administrator of each branch will have complete control over their respective DCs, but not other branches' DCs. Policies can also be configured independently for each domain in the tree. An insecurity group needs to be introduced when talking about trees and forests, which is the enterprise admin group. Will grant a user administrative privileges over all of an enterprise's domains. Each domain would still have its own domain administrator with administrative privileges over the single domain, and the enterprise admin can control everything in the enterprise. So in this case, this guy has a domain admin, this one has a domain admin, but this now has an enterprise admin, and this enterprise admin can manage everything inside of this tree. The forest is where things become even more interesting. So domains you manage can also be configured in different name spaces. So suppose that the company continues to grow and eventually acquires another company called MHT Incorporated, which means that this one is THM local, this one is MHT local. So now you have two separate root domains, and then for each root domain you have the various countries. So THM local has UK and the US, MHT has Europe and Asia, right? So still the concept applies, but now these two massive trees are now a part of the overall company. So the parent company, for example, the venture capital company that owns both of these companies, and for each one of them there is now an enterprise administrator, and then each one of these domains has a domain administrator, so on and so forth. So when the companies merge, you will probably have different domain trees for each company, each managed by their own IT department. The union of several trees with different namespaces in the network is known as a forest. So keep this in mind. A tree requires to have the same root domain, and then you can have different locations. A forest comes into play when you have two different root domains, and then those domains will have individual locations and their own individual domains, so on and so forth. So, or their own extensions, let's call them subdomains. But for the most part, as long as it's on the same root domain, it's considered to be a tree. If it's two separate root domains, now you have a forest, okay? Trust relationships come into play when you have multiple trees. So if you have multiple domains organized in trees and forests, allows you to have a nice compartmentalized network in terms of management and resources. But at a certain point, a user at THM UK might need to access a shared file in one of the MHT Asia service. For this to happen, the domain arranged in trees and forests are joined together by a trust relationship, meaning between the domains allows a user authorization from one domain to access resources from another domain. The simplest trust relationship can be established, which is a one-way trust relationship. And a one-way trust relationship, domain AAA trusts domain BBB, meaning that a triple B user can be authorized to access resources on AAA. So if A trusts B, that means that B has access to A's contents, right? So if A trusts in this direction, B can actually access in this direction. That is called a one-way trust relationship. The trust is going in only in one way, meaning the access is only going in one way. Another way to look at it is that if the trust is only going this way, there is no trust coming this way. So A can't access B's contents. Does that make sense? Because the trust is only going in this direction, meaning that only B gets to access these guys. The direction of the one-way is contrary to that of access direction. So obviously you can see that. Two-way trust relationship can also be made to allow both domains to mutually authorize users from the other. By default, joining several domains under a tree or a forest will form a two-way trust relationship, meaning you can access this one, or they can access this one, they can access this one. It's a two-way trust relationship. So it's important to note that having a trust relationship between domains doesn't automatically grant access to all the resources on the other domains. Once the trust relationship is established, you have to actually authorize users across those domains, as well as the stuff that they actually have access to. So what is authorized or not. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they get access to everything. It's just that you have to now configure what is covered under that trust relationship so that each one of those domains can access, so on and so forth. So most likely there's going to be another organizational unit that's created for the share between the two domains. And then the stuff that is going to be shareable will be put inside of that organizational unit. And then these guys can now start sharing the assets between each other. So what is a group of window domains that share the same namespace? That is called a tree. And what should be configured between two domains for a user in domain A to access a resource in domain B? And that would be a trust relationship. And that, my friends, covers the basics of Active Directory. Congratulations if you've made it this far. All right, so in this room, as a conclusion, we've gone through the basic components and concepts that are related to Active Directory and Windows domains. This is an introduction because, as you saw, there are just so many ways that you can configure a group policy. There are so many things that you can do. It is a complex environment, but for the most part, it's also very user-friendly. So if you actually go through the Linux Plus tutorial that I launched this past week, and compare what it's like to create users and create groups and assign permissions and so on and so forth. If you look at that compared to what we just did with the drag and drop resources that we just created, it's a night and day difference as far as simplicity is concerned. That's why Windows is used for most enterprise environments, because it's very simple to administer, and then you can have thousands of users that you can just drag and drop, right? So that's the simplicity aspect of it. But even in that, like all of that being said, there's still a lot of complexity that goes into it, because there's so much that you can do. As we got towards the end, you saw between trees and forests and things like that. So imagine that you're dealing with a company that has 5,000 employees instead of 100, or a company that is running in every single one of the 50 states in America instead of just one city on the West Coast, or a company that is inside of the UK as well as America, as well as Asia, as well as Europe. Like, when you start thinking about these things, you can imagine how quickly it becomes more and more complex. So this was an introductory room that was for, obviously we're in Cybersecurity 101, so it is obviously an introductory introduction to Active Directory. However, you basically just extrapolate these concepts and you can go into much larger environments. I encourage you to do this in your own computer and just click around and start looking at the group, especially if you have a Windows computer, which a lot of you people, I know you already do. So if you have a Windows computer, do this. Try it out. Go click around and learn about the Active Directory group management and user management. Go look at the group policies and configure some of your own security policies to just make sure that your computer is as secure as it possibly can be. So highly, highly recommended that you dive deeper into this, especially if you're serious about cybersecurity, because this will be something that you run across no matter what job you go into, because most likely every company that you try to apply to, for the most part, is going to be using Windows and Active Directory to provision their users and to manage their users and to provision new assets and objects inside of the organization, create new organizational units, group policies, etc., etc., etc. So hopefully this was actually useful for you. And if you're interested, there's actually the compromising Active Directory module, which is something that you can look at if you wanted to see what it's like to break into Active Directory and look at it from the pen tester's point of view. And this is actually something that I've done most of these rooms. There's 2 that I have not finished. So I'm excited to recreate all of those videos for you and kind of break it down in more of a simple understanding so that you can really wrap your head around it as well. And it's obviously going to be another great refresher for me so that it can re-ingrain the contents inside of my own brain. But when you get the basics under your belt and you have a really good, strong understanding of the foundations, then all of the advanced pen testing stuff and the hacking stuff becomes way easier because you get how this whole thing works and you can break into these systems and break these systems easily or easier, I'll say that. So that was it for our Active Directory basics room inside of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. If you are interested in learning more about cybersecurity, or if you want to get notified of the new videos that come out in the CySec 101 pathway, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. If you want to go search through everything that's already on the channel, there's over 230 videos that are currently existing on this channel, and it's growing very, very quickly. I'm kind of surprised that there's as much content as there is on here. I kind of lost my mind a little bit when I started this channel at the beginning of 2024. Yeah, that's when we started it. We went nuts with it, and I just created video after video, and then all of a sudden the community started growing, and now we have this really beautiful community. And because the community is as interested in it as possible, or as interested in it as you guys are, it makes me want to create more content for you. So there's a lot of stuff that's available on this channel already. As you can see, it's a massive amount of content that's available. And let's actually go to the video tab so you can see everything that's going on. So there's a lot of stuff that's available on this channel, and you just keep scrolling and you'll find more and more information. And to find something specific, so if you're interested in finding a specific topic, you can always just go to this little button right here, which is the search button. So let me see if I can zoom in properly. This button right here, you just click on that and then search for whatever you want. And there's a pretty good chance that it actually exists on this channel, or there is at least some kind of video that is relevant to it on this channel. A lot of these things have to do with TryHackMe's labs, but there's been a lot of stuff that I've also created that are standalone, and I just recently got into creating some stuff for actual certification. So the very first one was the Linux Plus, because I got a lot of requests for Linux Plus information. The next one is going to be Security Plus, and then there's of course everything that we're going to do inside of Cybersecurity 101 and the CySec 101 pathway of TryHackMe. So if you are interested in any of that stuff, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And then of course, join the comment section. So drop comments, ask questions. I do respond to all of the comments that come in. And if it's a really good question, then I'll create a video in response to your question. And then you'll get a shout out and you'll get accreditation for being the person that inspired that content. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And if you have not checked it out already, I do recommend that you check out the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. This is the premier YouTube community for cybersecurity and ethical hacking and people who are in the security profession. There's a lot of stuff that gets given away to the people in this community. We have our supporters group, which is our very entry-level tier, and I love them tremendously. And even for their supporters group, we created a Discord server so that you get access to me as well as all of our advanced members, and you can get access to the community and get all your questions answered and just have somebody be alongside you as you go through your journey of cybersecurity and hacking. But then there's the advanced members and the advanced tiers that they get access to the Python automations, and they get access to document downloads and exclusive content and a lot of other stuff, as well as their own Discord servers and so on and so forth. We do live streams at the end of the month, and there's a lot of stuff that's available for the advanced members. But overall, this is the community, in my humble opinion, that is the premier community. And as the community grows, as the YouTube channel grows, I get more affirmation that this is actually the best community for people who are interested in cybersecurity and ethical hacking. And I've compared it to a lot of the other communities that's on YouTube, and we give away way more value, hands down. It's not even close. Just the Python automations that are given away to the advanced members is something that I think is worth the price of it just by itself. But then there is the live sessions and the Discords and the downloads and the exclusive content and all of that stuff that comes into it that I think just makes it over the top. So if you have not checked out Hackaholics Anonymous, I highly encourage you to check out Hackaholics Anonymous. And if you just want to show support, it's $5. I know people that spend more money on coffee every single day. So $5 will actually go a long way, and it will help out this community, and it would allow me to create even more crazy content and value for you guys. And the downloads may be limited to the Hackaholics Anonymous members, but all of the videos, like the Linux Plus series, is available for free to everybody in the community. So if you just want to watch them, you just go watch them, and you get access to everything that's available to the Linux Plus series. And that's 5 massive videos full of content. So I'm gonna stop plugging, but I'm telling you, it's worth it. Go check it out if you haven't done so already. You can watch the video to see what all the perks are, or you can just click on this read more button at the bottom right here, and then you'll see what all the perks are. And that's pretty much it. So boy, Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I'll see you in the next video. Later.